Ay, 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 ay. Smoking it kush made me wiser than Yoda. Cutting up dudes like Darth motherfucking Vader. Burning a whole pound of trees in a day. Sipping on purple like I'm out in LA. I just dropped 500K in a day. Money machine kinda go beep when it say I'm like, hey bitch, get the fuck out of my face. She give me neck while she pulling the drapes. I don't eat sushi unless it's from States. None of this matter when you in a race. I've been on top of the leaderboard. She give me brain while I'm recording. Chillin' with gang out in the foreign. She tryna get me on board. She hit my phone, but I don't wanna no more. I'm in the spaceship, I hit turbo. She want me back, but the answer is no, no. Smoking that kush made me wiser than Yoda. Cutting up dudes like Darth motherfucking Vader. Burning a whole pound of trees in a day. Sipping on purple like I'm out in LA. I just dropped 500K in a day. Money machine kinda go beep when it say I'm like, hey bitch, get the fuck out of my face. She give me neck while she pulling the drapes. I don't eat sushi unless it's from States. None of this matter when you in a race. I've been on top of the leaderboard. She give me brain while I'm recording. Chillin' with gang out in the foreign. She tryna get me on board. She hit my phone, but I don't want her no more. I'm in the spaceship, I hit turbo. She want me back, but the answer is no, no. Smoking that kush made me wiser than Yoda. Cutting up dude like Darth motherfucking Vader. Burning a whole pound of trees in a day. Sipping on purple like I'm out in LA. I just dropped 500K in a day. Money machine kinda go beep when it say I'm like, hey bitch, hey bitch, hey bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Face, 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 get the fuck out of my face.
Fuck Somalia, fuck that shit.
Fuck Somalia, hate that bitch.
Fuck Somalia, burn that shit.
Fuck Somalia, fuck all of it.
I hate Somalia, fuck that place. Starving asses, pirate waste. Dusty desert full of hate. Fuck Somalia, seal is fake. Trash country, third world dump. Fuck Somalia, make it slump. Ain't no food, ain't no water. Skinny kids are like they oughta drop dead. Fuck your drought, pirate boats, blow them out. AKs popping, warlords flex. Fuck Somalia, break its neck. Smell like shit, flies on face. Whole damn country a disgrace.
We don't like it, we don't want it. Fuck Somalia and that shit. Fuck Somalia and that shit. Fuck Somalia and that shit. Fuck Somalia, Maya, 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 Maya. Fuck Somalia, Maya, 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 Maya. Fuck Somalia, bomb that desert. Fuck Somalia, ain't worth effort. Fuck Somalia, fuck your flag. Fuck Somalia, body bag. Fuck Somalia.
Da-dee-da-dee. We fuck lobsters with thee. 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 Welcome to the future, I will never die. Getting drunk in heaven, but my glass is dry. This is not a breakdown, baby, it's a fact. If you want a true love, baby, don't look back. One for the girl who lived forever. Two for the ones who couldn't see. Three for the lovers lost together. Four for the ones who didn't sleep. We fuck lobsters with thee. We fuck lobsters with thee. I'm a prophet, maybe I'm a fraud. Maybe I could be your devil or your God. Listen to the voices, listen to the noise. Listen to the music, listen to the boys. One for the girl who lived forever. Two for the ones who couldn't see. Three for the lovers lost together. Four for the ones who didn't sleep. Da-dee-da-dee. We fuck lobsters with it. Da-dee-da-dee. We fuck lobsters with it. Da-dee-da-dee. We fuck lobsters with it. Da-dee-da-dee. We fuck lobsters with it.
Pull up in that motherfucker. Park it. Pull up in that motherfucker. Spark it. Okay. Pull up in that motherfucker. With all my ninjas. Big dick energy, no kidding, real hitters. Used to play with snowmen, now selling bitches. I could have it on the table or whip it in the kitchen. Broke ass ninjas. Talking about money, whole ass bitches. Never been honest. Big bang roll, can't fold, don't know what you thought. I don't give a fuck about what you think. But I'm not one to hook cross. Ninja, that's the word to the boss. Mo her thought that she lost. Her new ninja making her soft. Snowman will get a bitch off.
Do you wanna fuck a snowman? 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 Do you wanna fuck a
I
snowman?
can put you in the game, like Madden, yeah. You see that blue magic, Aladdin, mink, coat, snow, bunny, yeah, the baddest. I'm a motherfucking savage, no caption, used to play with snowmen. Now sell them bitches, I can have it on the table or whip it in the kitchen. Broke ass ninjas, talking about money, whole ass bitches. Never been honest, big bank bro, can't fold, don't know you though. I'm a fuck about you think, yeah, I'm not what you think. Ninja, that's the word to the boss. Mo hoes thought that she lost. Her new ninja making her soft. Snowman to get a bitch off.
Do you wanna fuck a snowman? 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 Do you wanna fuck a snowman?
Here in the bomb water zone. Where, how did I get here? I don't know. But I know that I'm here, I'm so stoned. Oh, it's so lovely. And here in the bomb water zone.
bed is a tomb, and the ceiling fan is stirring all the energy in the room. My friends are all awake, and they're all alone, and I need to go home. But I think I'm gonna stay a little longer, 'cause I love you so much, and I need you so bad, and I want you so bad, and I love you so
How's it going, everyone?
But I gotta go home, gotta leave the bog water zone. But when I'm here, I'm never alone. Oh, it's so lovely, and here in the bog water zone.
So good.
But I gotta go home, gotta leave the bog water zone. But when I'm here, I'm never alone. Oh, it's so lovely, and here in the bog water zone.
Oh, it just ends. All right. Well, that was a newer generation. I did that a few minutes before we got started. That really fucking sucks because that hit really hard. That was a fantastic track, but of course it had to be so anticlimactic. That's lame. But yeah, I think that is solid proof that anyone that thinks AI isn't coming for creatives, I think some of these tracks are absolute proof of that. It's you know, how are you going to compete? You know, if you're just some random person that thinks that, you know, because they can kind of okay sing, you can kind of have an in tune voice and kind of have an okay guitar, they think that they're somehow going to be of value. But I'm telling you, the thing about AI, it's going to raise the barrier of entry into the marketplace, and you know, use it as a tool to enhance yourself. I think we've spoken about it many times, but uh, live live shows are still going to very much be a thing, absolutely. But when it comes to making music and being an artist, man, if you're not on top of your game, or if you don't have something unique to bring to the table, I can make juggalo music, I can make this, I can make rap, I can make any sort of crazy shit. It's wild. So, yeah, if people don't suck, then it's gonna be there, you know. And I say it all the time, just because you know somebody is mad that AI is creating an image or generative AI, and it's making a better thing than their Sonic OC art on DeviantArt. Well, I'm telling you that you can't be mad because you can't draw for shit. So, um, you know, on average, most people can't do anything of value. So, uh, it's really difficult to find people that actually have talent. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about AI, and I'm going to show you guys an example of how AI can enhance even those that are not talented with their drawing abilities. You guys are going to love this one. You're going to love this one, I promise. Take this fantastic individual that I drew in paint. Didn't take very long to draw, but I drew this individual in paint. And I said, hey, you know what? Let's see what we could do to enhance this. So I asked AI, hey, you know what? Let's make this character look a little bit better, and let's put him in front of an intelligence service. Okay, look at that. It made two of them. It took the shitty art style that I'm going for and made everything else kind of look like that. So we were able to make this happen. And then with the power of Nano Banana, we can we can we can take it to whole new horizons and whole new levels that no one had ever thought possible before. And here's the best part. If I wanted to emulate Boondocks, well, we can emulate Boondocks if we wanted to. So we could with the little fucking girls. You could do that. There we go. Just the old, okay, we want to see what this is like as a real person. Okay, that's a bit more on point. All right, that's a much better drawing of the man than I was able to do, but it made that happen. That's pretty great. Yeah, the short boat. Oh, you guys probably know where that's going. Another attempt. It took it and it really went ham with it, giving it some shading and shit. Let's see, where's the other one? Oh yeah, I could put it in have it look like it's in Rick and Morty. So you can do that, have it be claymation where they're trying to this was the original Boondocks one, but it's not doing what I was wanting it to do. And yeah, but this is probably the most cursed one with all those little fingers and shit looking exactly like it is here. Spitting image. Anyways, people can go on and on about how AI isn't useful for shit. Oh yeah, there's Eli. We use that to make the pickle shit. Yeah, he got that because he cursed our fucking eyes. That was the last time we did that. But the thing with AI, if you can't draw, use AI. It will genuinely help you be more creative than you otherwise would be. If you really can't stand AI and you can't deal with it, I don't know what to tell you. Use it in your toolbox. It is absolutely a tool. Don't struggle and think you can do it all on your own. We're in an age where you can go above and beyond. You want to see it like Squidbillies? All right. Let's do Squidbillies. By the way, Squidbillies is one of my favorite. Is one of my favorite shows, even though it should be. Oh, oh yeah. Eli. Okay. So we're gonna take this. Shitty. Let's try that. Used to love that show. That show is wild. Like, it's one of those shows where the first season is kind of whatever. The second season it gets better, but once they really get their stride in like the fourth and fifth season, it's amazing. My ex-wife hated that I would watch Squidbillies when my daughter was born, and so whenever I had to give my daughter, the milk bottle or formula or whatever, I would sit on the couch and I'd watch Squidbillies while I fed her. She really did not like that. Let's see. Can it get there? I mean, it kind of got there. This is close, in my opinion. This one's also pretty good, but it can understand a lot. But no, I really enjoyed Squidbillies. I thought it was hilarious. A lot of people seemed to not think so. I remember, man, when was that? That was a long time ago. when they had the episode where it was Early and his son, and they were at the at his the bring your son to work day, and he was getting like smashed by the hydraulic press and driving into the thing of light bulbs. I thought that was the funniest fucking thing in the world, and I was in tears laughing when I saw that on Cartoon Network, not knowing what the fuck Squidbillies was all about. And it was a time. It was a time. So, okay. Squidbillies was like 2012. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Okay. So what are we doing today? Well, we are officially starting on the Tectone episode. So that's the first thing we're obviously going to be doing. And we might do something with the Somalians. I need to figure out how I want to do it. But if you guys haven't seen it, Flash Gits has an animation. And it's the Special Education Hogwarts edition. And that is the inspiration for where I want to take it. But I don't want it to be special education as in like their children getting educated. It's more that's their intelligence service in trying to do things, because the average Somali IQ is what, 60, 70? Something like that. Huh? Oh. So, it's going to be a time. Also, the other thing that I really liked about Squidbillies, last little tangent on that, later in their seasons, I think it was after season 4 and beyond, where they had different bands cover the theme song every single episode. And I thought that was actually really cool. I really appreciated that. I don't know how many other people would appreciate that sort of thing, but personally, I really like that. So, well, I want it to be like more like Good Will Hunting, right? But instead of a complex math problem on the board, it's 2 plus 2, and they can't figure it out. And they have like little fucking like Fisher Price toys, and they can't figure out how to like, even think Idiocracy, and they can't get through the basic fucking like intelligence things, so they don't know what the fuck to do. And I'm probably gonna put Tim Walls in there, and he's gonna I'm gonna deep fake him for this one because he's such a piece of shit. And he's gonna be stamping, approved, and just writing in, 2000 IQ shit like that. Them learning how to pirate a boat, things like that. Yeah, like scholarship, all that. So, average IQ for Somali is around 67 to 70. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, Good Will Hunting, but 2 plus 2, and then like a round object into a round hole, but they keep putting it in all the wrong ones. So the reason I don't know if we're gonna get to that is because it's difficult to get it to really function properly and know how to like write the problem on the board. So I need to do some research and figure out how to make that really happen. But we're gonna do it. I could also do like a Beavis and Butthead thing. I don't know. I'll figure something out, and it'll be a time. But tonight we are focused on the Tectone and his episode. So we're gonna be doing Tectone episode 2. If it would actually be amazing if we could get this done before he streams, but I want to get working on this just so I have a longer term project. Also, for this entire project, just so you guys are aware, as we work on this, it's going to be we're every night we're going to be live at 8:30, and sometimes it might end around midnight, sometimes around 3 in the morning. but we're going to be going pretty hard on the Tectone episode until we finish it. So I'm going to try and we're going to get as much done as we can, and we're going to keep on going as hard as possible on the Tectone episode until it's finished. There are some things that we've done already. Like, we know what he looks like in this episode. We know where they are. We have, Camp Bald Spot. We have all these different places that they're going to be. And we need to come up with the lore of what's going on, what the frogs have done, what hasn't been done, and kind of do an intro and then figure out, so have our intro sequence of something that happens to set up the rest of the story. Then we have our theme song with our credits, and that's going to be in the opening. And then we're going to have, then we'll start the actual episode. So that's what we're going to do. Would it be better if I finish it just as we start streaming? Yeah, I think it's going to be very soon, which is why it's going to be, we're going to go as hard as we can in developing this as fast as possible and as much as possible. So that's kind of the plan for now. I'm going to pull up our handy dandy notepad in just a minute to start kind of writing out what we want to do and kind of the idea that I have in my brain, and then we'll work on it. And then from there, we'll work on it. It'll be good. We're gonna do a mixture of Veo and Higgsfield, and we're just gonna keep on going, and we're gonna make it happen. One more thing before we kind of get started, I want to put a couple more ground rules out there. I am not gonna be. I kind of. A lot of me has been thinking about it, and I'm not going to really bring up much about what's going on with me personally anymore. A lot of it's not necessarily that you guys don't care; it's that it doesn't add a lot of value to the stream, and it just sounds more like that I'm always putting myself on a soapbox, which I don't intend to be. And then it usually brings down the mood, and I don't want to have that happen. So I'm not going to bring up anything like that in the future. But if you guys would like to donate, if you would like to support, which is very much appreciated, there are links that are pinned on Kick. There are also links that are down below in the description of the YouTube stream. If that is something you would like to do, it is entirely optional. Just having you here is more than enough. But I'm not going to talk about any of my personal shit like that. At least not nearly as much as I have been, because it's not needed and it takes away too much. It's driving people away. So we're going to keep focused on what we're doing. Okay. So all that. Okay. All right. So Tectone episode, we're going to start lining this out. Let's see. Yeah, man, it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. Wasn't Foxy News sort of an intro? Well, no, not really, because it's a standalone thing, and I released it already. So, I mean, we could do a Foxy News report, actually. That's not a bad idea, to have her be the one to introduce things. That's actually a pretty good idea. We can definitely do that. Will Slugwig be a nom? Maybe. Maybe. Not a bad idea. I think there's ways that we could have him be there as a little scumfuck dude. Okay. So, Tectone episode outline, intro, Fox News, Fat Frogs establishing their bass, um, um, uh, interview with Frog, um, Captain, uh, interview with Local, uh, reporting on, mass casualty events, further reports on the F box causing problems, interview with a rabbi from FTX, strange glitch, and super and over the top Jew advertisement for FTX as a hypno tape. Let's make it just a little bit smaller. Okay. Close out by Foxu. Pull out from a television, from a tablet that Tectone is holding, and a Huey is Tone tosses the tablet out the side, saying it's those rabbis are cut to opening song and sequence. So I think this is kind of what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that'll work. You remember when KFC was going to make a console? Tectone has the only prototype. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Well, no. So Kirsch, she's not going to be. It's okay. So let me kind of explain what I'm going with. Right. You guys have been witness. You guys are all amazing, and I appreciate you. Um, yeah, I absolutely do. Okay. Here's the thing. So we're gonna have the intro to Foxu News. It's gonna be great, and then she's gonna talk about the Fat Frogs establishing their base in Vietnam. So it's an interview with the frog captains. There's someone in the field doing that. Interview with a local to talk about how things are, or maybe we should have locals. So we'll have a couple interviews with locals. She's going to talk about the mass casualty events, further reporting on the F box causing problems, and then there's going to be an interview with a rabbi from FTX. He's going to talk about something. In the middle of it, I'm going to break up the video, and we're going to have some very rapid jump cuts to things for FTX, and we're going to make our own 3-second mini montage. Excuse me. And maybe we'll do the Kosher JD's song over the top of it. And then, but it's not in a way for them to capture Foxu. It's more of them. It's more of them breaking into the broadcast, right? So that's kind of where I'm thinking there. And then she'll close out, and then we're gonna pull out from the tablet the Tectone's holding, and he's gonna say that he's gonna just toss it and say these rabbis are fat, cut it, and then do our opening sequence. More FTX commercials. Well, this is gonna be an FTX commercial, but it's gonna be like a hypno tape, so it's gonna be very fast jump cuts. You want to watch a movie? What movie do you want to watch? You want to watch Frozen? Okay. You can watch a movie. Oh, thank you. Subliminal messaging? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So it's gonna be a time. It's gonna be great. I'm just thinking of how to do that. Actually, I know how we're gonna do it. So watch this. A wild Jewish theme advertisement image with FTX or FTX with FTX boldly centered and large in the middle of the image. All right, so watch this, right? Pew. Let's first see how this comes out, and then we can just have it be single frames and just be 3 seconds of single frames. So this is okay. So then we have our opening song and uh opening. What do we want to continue kind of with the James Bond theme a little bit, or do we want to go full on like war, like apocalypse now? Frozen for the oh absolutely. I think yesterday she watched Frozen 5 times. So yeah. Um okay, so do we want to do it like Apocalypse Now, where it's his Tectone in his fucking room, like going crazy a little bit? And it's all because he can't like he can't play gotcha games in Vietnam. And that's just him going crazy. And then we can put some stuff in. What about something quick like the Venezuela mission? We can do the Venezuela tomorrow. I want to get this done. I want to get this started. Better than the new SpongeBob movie. Ooh, hitting mirrors. Yeah, in the mirrors I can superimpose like other things. I can do some camera tricks to have like other things in the background of it. But I'm trying to figure out the best way to do things with all of that. But yeah, I'm just trying to think if it should be like a military intro, or we should do something more abstract like we did with his first episode. Uh doing taxi, Mary, maybe. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. Poor Gene. Maybe keep the Bond, but have it more war themed. Okay, yeah, we'll do something more. We'll do something very Bond ish. We need some Doors like music to soundtrack it. Yeah, absolutely. So let's do this. First things first. I know we can get the Fox News thing done. That's going to be really easy to do, right? But I think instead of just starting with that, let's get our opening song done that we can kind of envision what's going to happen. And then from there, then we'll make this. And once we get to that, cut the opening, then we'll get there. So, okay. Let's see. Let's do use the styles and lyrics. Light. I need the Your Mom song. All right. All Bond intros are unique. Yeah, I know. they're unique, but they're also not. And what I mean by they're not is the style is all the same. There's always women in it. There's always, and it's always very abstract, and it also tells the entire story that you need to, that like if you go back and you really focus on the intros, they tell you everything you need to know about the story or the movie that you're about to watch, and it kind of gives you, puts you kind of into that zone. So let's see.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you hope when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's always been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold. For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
It's a good song for like the end. Yeah, actually it could be decent. Okay. That's shit. All this fucking music that I've made. No, that's the original. Okay, so let's do. So check this out. Just humor me on this one. Feel like lyrics about gamer subs, gotcha games, and code quality could be worked in. No, I don't want to do too much in the intro because it's like the first one is that it's all the first song for him is it's all about the money, and this one is it's always been about the money, right? So it's a natural progression of what that is. And talking about gotcha subs or gotcha games and code baldy and all that other shit, that works in a Tectone specific song. it doesn't fit as the sequel episode opening song, right? Let's listen to what these other other three generations are real quick, and then we'll make our Fox News thing. Let's see how it feels with a Bond intro. Let's actually do it from scratch.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curtain, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. 'Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you hope when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's always been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold. For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. 'Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
So it already has Goldfinger mentioned. So it already is mentioning Shirley Bassey. It was doing a bit between Adele and Shirley Bassey. So it was kind of combining both of them. So we're going to see what a cover looks like if I remove the Adele part. So I'm going to see, this is what it did on its own. And then we'll listen to the cover.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get
kind of fell apart there. It fell apart for me. Like, it sounded great at the beginning, and then it kind of just it fucking nosedived right there. Honestly, as soon as it went to the chorus and we had that bass hit, it sounded crunchy and fucking awful. So from there, it like the vocals is great, but the rest of it kind of killed itself. We got 3 more to listen to, so.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game.
Hate it.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you hope when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's
Yeah, I like this
always
one better.
been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns.
What's up? Oh, you didn't show me your jammies? Yeah. Look. I know. You have Minnie Mouse jammies. Yeah. They're very pretty. And you have pink slippers. And you have an Elsa braid.
Great, come on.
Oh, go.
Let's get your apple slice. We'll get your apple slice.
And the tempo on this one was okay. It's still, it's not quite. I don't know. There's something missing about it.
To go. For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money.
There's just something about it that's just not there.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money.
This is better.
You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money.
because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you up when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's always been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold. For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
This is the one. And the end is also perfect because the end is set up like that was fantastic. That is what we're going with for sure. I want to hear the other ones just to fucking hear them, but that was excellent. Now here's the thing, right? So we have that as our intro. And then this is our credit music that we listened to earlier. And this is also what that song is based off of.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. Get their bacon, get their bread up, cause it's always been about the money.
Yeah, so we have both of those songs, and that is excellent. It's always about the money. Shit. So we got that as the outro. Perfect. Let's listen to these other four, and then we'll actually, I think what we'll do is we'll start making a, I think we'll start with making that and all the different sequences that are going to go in there. I have a feeling that I can get some pretty wild shit with Higgsfield to be the background music, because I don't care about the audio. The audio doesn't matter, right? Like with Higgsfield, where was it? Was it this one? Where I can already do some fucking wild ass shit, right? So, we're going to use this in order to make our actual video or our intro sequence, and then we'll use Veo for everything else. 8 minutes of song? Well, I mean, if you break down, what's it called? Right, so here's what I'm thinking on this, right? So we have boom, 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 boom. Like, I just generate a shitload of these, and it's just like 40 fucking frames of just this. And people aren't gonna know, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is that? Was some Jewish music in the background. But 8 minutes of song, look at Ketamine Dreamin' and tell me how much song is in there. Because there's a lot of song in Ketamine Dreamin'. There's a lot of song in Ketamine Dreamin'. So, okay. All right, cool. So let's listen to these other 4, just because we generated them, we paid for them. You couldn't breathe with the Eli gens? Yeah, that's... Eli deserved that shit for what he fucking put us through. I didn't put that on YouTube. Maybe I will one of these days. But for those that didn't see it, let's see. They say it was "fuck you, Eli." What did I call it? Uh, was it this one?
One target, just outside a cave exit.
No, but this one was also pretty fucking cool. There's some shit that I'm gonna be practicing with that. Shit. I know. I'll have to pull it up on X. Give me a second. Oh, yeah?
I named
Okay, here we go. This is the Eli thing. Because Eli cursed us. Eli has cursed everybody with seeing a fucking... I'll just keep it small like this. He cursed everybody with... No, I'll make it big. He cursed all of us with having to look at all of the unsub dudes in bikinis by asking Grok to do that. So this is what I posted in response.
Then one day, some short guy named Eli stumbled across it. He was on a bender and fell down a hole in a mountain. Eli was a little drunk and was about to fit 5 dill pickles into his rectong for his side hustle, but now he had the box. Eli skipped, hopped, and sang his way all the way back home. Little did he know, he had just started a great adventure.
Yep. Fuck you, Eli. How dare you? You curse us with that shit. Nothing is over. Okay. All right. We got 4 generations left. We're just gonna listen to these. We'll entertain them for now. Just see what they sound like. I don't think anything's gonna beat what we listened to earlier. If we do, hey, that's just gravy, right? And then we're gonna make our visuals for that opening theme. So it should be pretty good. And here we go.
Fucking lobsters.
Nope.
Fucking lobsters for money.
I don't like it.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country.
It's a little too dark.
But power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curtain, if you wanna know the real world.
No.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants a change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curtain.
Okay, so we need some additional, a couple additional songs for this, just so we can have like background shit. So let's do. That's our original. Do we base it off of the original, the Proto-Goth Doors shit, or do we base it off of the orchestral? I'm gonna base it off of the orchestral. So cover. No, we want the lyrics initially. We're gonna go to light. I got a bunch of shit to use on this. Hold on. Advanced options. 62% exactly. We're not going to cover. Let's see if we can get something wild for a vehicle using the exact same Eurodance thing that gave us. I'm going to see if we can get something. And then I do want to use gent. So then we can go and cover, boom, boom, and let's see.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings and the dollars. Get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up, because it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
It's
Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money.
I'll come up with a new style, but like it's pretty great. It is pretty great. Like
Always been the same damn game. They
um
say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. It's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. 'Cause it's always been about da 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 no believe.
Oh no.
Da 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 no believe. Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get the dollars, get the cheddar, get the bacon, get the bread up. Because it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
Okay, that's a good one. Let's listen to a couple more, and then I promise we'll get started on our video development. But right now, we're kind of seeing what we can get.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Because it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
If it was faster, it'd be great. It's not fast enough to be like hard bass. Speaking of hard bass, hold on. Okay, so here we have the metal version, so like this can be like an epic fight or something like that. Shit, hold on. That's not what I wanted. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. I'll swap out in a couple minutes. Okay. Yes, please. Ugh. Hey, Tia. No, you're okay. Hmm? Yeah.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the
Hate it. Like, here's the thing. This. I could just make it fast because it's not fast enough. So like, here's hard bass. It's supposed to be hard bass, anyways. I don't know what this is. Oh, fuck. Change that. Reminds you of Doom, but Tectone. Yeah. Do we have any idea who the main villain is in this episode? We do. It's going to be FTX. And another F-related person. I think it's going to be... I think ultimately it's going to be the spirit of Frogan. I think that's going to be the main villain. And it's going to be really anticlimactic, where she just gets sucked into a vacuum. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I hate this, kind of.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country. If you think they fight for kings, look. Because it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about.
It has meme potential. It has very good meme potential. This sounds better.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game.
John, I'm guessing
Say it's for the country, but power just wants to change.
900.
So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you want
I don't like this.
Oh, fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curve.
Nope.
I want it.
I fucking have a hard bass thing. Where does it go?
Same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better
I fucking swear to Christ, I like.
Dirty, dirty.
Fact, if you want the truth.
Are you listening? Boys, turn with your fist and hit it, crack it, lick it, fap it, twist it, pop it, swing it, kick it, bite it, grip it, slam it, rip it, break it, bite it, rip it, flake it, glide it, pull it, funnel, zip it, jack it, jack it, jack it, jack it.
Like I fucking have it. I'm just trying to find. Oh, fuck it. Oh, thank you. That was so close to being good. I know. I want it to. I need it to fucking like.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game.
I don't want.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl.
It makes me so mad. I want hard bass. It's not fucking difficult.
Whoa, yeah.
This is something.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country. The power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl. If you wanna know the real world. Money.
Like, I'm just trying to. So, you guys, it's all about the money, right? It's that Eurodance track for his car. We're giving him something that's not the Gooner van. We're giving him a new Gooner vehicle. And so I want a new theme for that Gooner vehicle. So then I can also make a fucking, another music video for it afterwards. So I'm trying to think of what to really do there and what kind of shitbox would be in Vietnam. And so for me, I'm thinking, okay, I want something that's going to be either very Euro or very Russian, right? I'm thinking like a fucking clapped out Lada, right? That has, again, spinning fucking rims. It's got racing stripes on the side that make or maybe it's like an Adidas themed car that also has anime girls all over the fucking place. And like, the little rugs and shit, like the little fucking lanterns and all that people put in Ladas. I'm thinking about doing that. Or about some just tiny little fucking shit smart car, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking, and that's what I want to do. Type hardstyle, buddy. I have tried to do hardstyle, hardcore, up tempo, you fucking name it, because that's the shortest. I listen to that shit all the time. That's my type of music, 200 BPM and up, right? I love that shit. Like hardstyle can be great, but I live for up tempo, right? Or hardcore. But this can't make it too well. I wish it could. Maybe a car model from the 2000s. I'm thinking of something just fucking terrible. An Adidas themed car. Yeah, we can definitely do that. Let's see what we can get here.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. Honey, honey, honey,
If you wanna see behind
Fucking lobsters for money.
I think it's the lyrics.
Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind a girl, if you wanna know the real world,
A gas? I mean,
look closer down among this. Get the dollars, get the cheddar, get the bacon, get the bread up, cause it's always
like it's not getting what I fucking want. So I think it's the lyrics. So I generated some new shit. We're gonna get this going. Would EBM work better? No. What the fuck is happening? What am I listening to? This is like, okay. For a second, it sounded like the audio version of Epilepsy. Like, I was, what the fuck was that? Okay. It's gonna do the same thing. I can already tell.
fucking lobsters for money. Rolling through Vietnam in my ladder. She said that I couldn't have bold, so I had to break her heart, my lover. She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand this is the best damn life I've ever. I believe you wanna live at night. Night of end, so you call. I'm with the ladder, ladder.
Fucking lobster for money. Rolling through Vietnam in my ladder. She said that I could have a boat.
This music is disabled. It's the PVC pipe music, pretty much, yes.
She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand. This is the best damn ladder I've ever had, baby. When you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the ladder.
Why the fuck is it so hard to do like what I'm asking it to do? Because it understood before. It's so frustrating. Okay. We're going to try one more. And then I'm just going to say fuck it and I'll figure it out later. But I do like I want it to be I want it to be like the lyrics here are actually amazing and they're perfect. So let me explain why they're so good. So this is we're going to introduce his new fucking Adidas car. I think we're going to go with the Adidas car because I think it's amazing. Refine the prompt with ChatGPT. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it goes completely off the rails. So he's fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said I can't have both, so I had to break her heart. My lover. She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand. This is the best damn lot I've ever had. So what I'm imagining here and what I think it's going to be the Gooner van on fire during this part. And he's just fucking whipping it and like rallying through fucking Vietnam in a Lada while the fucking Gooner van is on fire. I think that's what we're going to do. Asobia, I'll add that. Let's try it. And that's anything that makes it Russian. All right, we're going to try. If we get through all these and we don't get it, I'll fuck with it later. But we are going to make the Tectone episode tonight. We absolutely are making at least the intro tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said I couldn't hit both, so I had to break her heart. My lover, she thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't
I think it's the
understand.
lyrics.
This is the best damn Lada I've ever had, baby. When you go sleep at night and I don't answer your calls with the la 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 la. I know that you feel that I'm using you, and I know that you.
Nope. Look at it. I know what a Gaz 21 is.
Before you were. Before you were.
Here, while we do that.
Fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart, my lover. She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand. This is the best damn Lada I've ever had, baby. When you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the Lada, 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 Lada. I know that you feel that I'm using you, and I know that you think it's unfair, but it's not my fault. The ladder was there before you were. The ladder was there before you were. The ladder was there before you were. The ladder what you were before you were. Before you were.
Let's see if it gets it.
Fucking lobsters for money.
No. What's the Somali stuff? Don't worry about it. That's for later.
Yeah. Fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said that I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart, my lover. She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand this is the best damn Lada I've ever had, baby. When you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the Lada. I know that you feel that I'm using you. I know that you think it's unfair, but it's not my fault. Fucking lobsters for money, rolling through
What is this?
My lover, she thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand. This is the best damn Lada I've ever had, baby. When you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the love.
God damn it. God damn it. What is this prompt you gave me, Asobi? What is this prompt you gave me? What?
Fucking loads of money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said that I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart, my lover. Vietnam, I'm appreciative you were before you were.
Okay, so that weird ass shit, that's the closest we've gotten. I promise one more. One more. Is that what you're thinking of Cody, your Gaz 21? Is that what you're thinking? Is that what you were thinking? Yeah. I mean, it's Vietnam. The Russians helped them with shit. It makes sense. Right? What is this? This is speedcore.
Fucking lobsters for money. Rolling through Vietnam in my ladder. She said that I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart. My lover. She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She doesn't understand this is the best damn ladder I've ever had. Baby, when you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with a ladder. I know that you feel that I'm using you. That I'm using you. And I know that you think it's unfair. But it's not my fault. The ladder was there. Before you were a ladder was there. Before you were a ladder was there. Before you were a ladder was there. Before you were.
Oh god. Okay. That's enough. We'll listen to one more, but okay. All right. Do we go with this? That's a lot classier, or do we go with the literal shit box? Which one do we? Which one do we go with? The shit box. It's gonna be the shit. What a violently awful piece of shit. Oh god. Oh. A blank that is theme let's see, truck nuts hanging from the front. Here, let's put it in, let's see what it looks like with when fucking IMAX. You picture Tectone driving one of those? It's so violently bad. It's so violently fucking awful. See, here, you want to know how I know of Lottos? Playing fucking Arma 2 and turning one of those into a suicide car, and then you just ram that shit into a fucking checkpoint and you just delete everybody. No, not on this one. Not on this one. Make them anime army girls? Oh no. Oh, oh god. It's so bad. Okay. All right, is which one? Which one do we go with? It's the one with like mega fucking rims. I know the bumper. I know, very aware. I put that in there. God. Okay. Let's get rid of the truck nuts because it's just making peanuts that hang down. Is sitting out front of a command tent in Vietnam. All right, I need to get. So what I'm going to do here, I'm generating the car on its own so we can get just a picture of the car by itself, and then we'll be able to put 2 and 2 together in the episode. But yeah, that Tectone, that is your car, Tectone. Jesus fucking Christ. Black Eurotrash for the win. Absolutely. Yeah, have you seen the videos where they'll take like 2 front halves of a fucking Lada and then they'll weld them fucking together and then they'll spin the tires and make their own fucking carousel? Ooh. That's kind of that's okay. That's a bit better. Uh it looks like the most violently, terrible car made in awful taste. The entire front bumper and roof are covered with anime girl stickers. Guns. Stickers of all right, let's see what we get here. It's a Russian welder rite of passage. Yeah. Tech, you should make this his car IRL. Yeah. What character would I be in the episode? I have no earthly idea. What a foul car. Absolutely disgusting. But you want to know what? Honestly, I'm gonna say this right here, right now. I bet somebody in Russia has this car. I maybe not the lobster, right? But I bet somebody has an Adidas themed fucking Lada with anime girls all over it in fucking Russia. I promise you that exists somewhere. Oh. All right. I think we're getting places. We're getting more and more degenerate. Look at the stance on that fucking thing. Missing, well, yeah, obviously it's missing that, but that one's pretty fucking prime right there. Okay. I'm gonna like that one because it's actually pretty fucking great. Let's see. Can I do? Let's do multi-shot. Let's see what it's gonna generate from different angles. There it is. Yeah. We can get multiple reference. So here's the thing with Higgsfield. So like I like this, right? So what I did is I selected the in paint and I said multi-shot. So what it's going to do, it's going to take the prompt, it's going to take this image, and it's going to create different shots of this vehicle, or at least be close to it. And it's going to create 9 of them from all sorts of different angles. And that's going to be pretty great. Make them VTubers as the stickers. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe not. But that is the new Gooner car. Honestly, with the quality that I can get out of this, I bet I can make a banger fucking like car video for this. I bet I can make a crazy promo ad for that piece of shit. Is that even like, I can tell the front of it is very Lotto-like, but towards the end, it looks like it kind of expanded the rear, and that little fucking ducktail right there, it looks like it could fucking do some shit, dude. All right. Make the tailpipe smoking. Well, yeah, we know it's going to be burning oil like a motherfucker. I need to think about the intro. We're going to listen to the other fucking wild, ridiculous hard bass song. All right, so check this out. Dude. It understood the mission. Oh, this is glorious. Oh, this is glorious. So these are all scenes that I can see, and these angles are good ones that I want to keep, that I can have in the video for introducing this piece of shit. All right, we're going to upgrade all of those to 4K. So, okay. We got that. Let's... All right, I need... Yeah, it doesn't need to parody the greasy pussy fuckers. Doesn't need that. Let's try and make it less.
Fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said that I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart. My lover, she thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative, she don't understand. This is the best damn lot I've ever had, baby. When you go to sleep at night, and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the Lada. I'm using you, and I know that you think it's unfair, but it's not my fault. The Lada was there before you were. The Lada was there before you were. The Lada was there before you were. The Lada was there before you.
That's better. That's a lot better. I fucking hate drum and okay, don't get me wrong, I love drum and bass. I love some dubstep. I like some trap. I like some fucking like hard shit, like, you know, shit like that. But man, when you do that fucking tone shifting there, I fucking hate it. I cannot tell you how much I hate it, because it's never done with class. It's never done right. And there's very few songs that can tone switch like that and style switch and still sound great. But all right, we got two more, and then we're gonna just say fuck it, and we're gonna make our visuals for the opening sequence. Hate it.
Fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam.
Vietnam in my Lada. She said that I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart, my lover. She thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative. She don't understand this is the best damn lot I've ever had. Baby, when you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the la-da, 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 I know that you feel that I'm using you, and I know that you think it's unfair, but it's not my fault. The ladder was there before you were. The ladder was there before you were.
I don't know. We'll figure something out, but this car is amazing. Absolutely insane. I love it. You gotta have balls of steel to drive that fucking thing around. I'll tell you what. Okay. Oh God. Yeah, Cody, that's a good one. All right. So let's take a little step back and let's think about things. Going all the way back into time. Okay, so these are some of the first generations that I did, and these were a while ago. So I'm just trying to think how we want. So let's listen to our track, our actual one that we're using. What was that sound? There's a sound that sounded like fucking tea kettle or something. Anyways, all right, let's listen to our track so we can kind of figure out where we want to take our intro. So if we look at, let's first our outline, right? So we're gonna have the Foxy News, so we're gonna have all of this happen. So this is the first thing that's gonna happen, and then we're gonna go into our opening. So the last thing is him tossing the tablet out the side, and then you know what? Just so that we can look at it. Our
boys
yeah, nope, we're not watching that. Sorry, Donut, we're not watching you right now. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, just so that you guys can kind of remember.
Fucking lobsters for money. Money makes the world go round. Get paid if you're hungry. Nothing ever slows us down, so it's all about the money.
Right? So that's kind of how we did our old opening, and it worked for what was needed, but we can do better. But that's kind of the idea, is we're starting off slow and we're building up to it. And I think we should do in the opening, I think we're going to do a callback to this opening part. Hand controls in the lotto and you try to shout at it. Really? All right, let's Oh my god. Oh god. All right. There we go. Guilt for the future. Oh my lord. Future tradition exchange. Oh my god. Dude, people say that AI can't fucking meme, but I just amazing. The chosen platform. Oh my god. Okay, we're generating some more. So we can have just, these are all going to be individual frames, one after the other. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be great. Even after 2,000 years, still money changing in God's temple. Yeah, pretty much. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's listen to our song a little bit. So that's 28 seconds of leading into that. So that's at least 4 clips. 4 or 5 clips, maybe 6 actually. How would we lead into that, right? So we stop with him tossing it out, the thing out the window, right? I'm trying to think. I think it should follow the tablet down. Right? Should it follow the tablet down into the ocean? And like, okay, so maybe it's like, you know, we have that be the final frame of what he's doing, right? So he's looking at it, he tosses it out the side, right? And then the camera is following it as it goes down to the ocean, and you know, and it starts going down and it gets to the bottom of the floor or of the ocean floor, and a lobster start crawling on it. What if we did that? Because here's the difference. If we go back to right? So we had something that was building tension, release, and then
Fucking lobsters for money.
right. So we built that tension. So we had 12 seconds of building that up, and then boom, we had the shot, and then we waited for just a moment because it was the crescendo. We ended that, and then we went into the rest of the. Then we started our intro, right? So the problem here. You don't really have that much tension that's building.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country.
And like all of those lines, I can figure out what we're doing there. The intro transition shot should be a helicopter flying over the jungle. Yeah. Okay. The floating sinking sound as the tablet falls. Yeah. Against the sunset? Well, okay, I don't want to do a sunset. The reason I don't want to do a sunset is because sunset is implying that something is ending. I would rather do a sunrise to imply that something is beginning. Unless we're going directly into a night mission where he's going to be doing stuff, I don't want to start with a sunset like that. You might not notice it and you might think that that's dumb, but I promise that your brain is going to notice it. So I don't want to start with a sunset. I don't want to do that because it's like on paper it sounds good, but your brain's going to think that something is ending and it's going to trick your mind into a whole bunch of shit. You know, a lot of people don't think about that kind of thing, but I have noticed that sort of shit. So it is what it is. And also before I actually start making the scenes of the tablet flying out of the fucking helicopter and all this other shit, right? If you guys don't mind, there is just gonna do a quick little plug. If you guys would like to buy merch or support me, there are a ton of links that Asobi has posted. They're pinned, I think, on Kick, and there's also in the description of YouTube. PayPal gives me the most amount of money and the immediate money. Everything else is they take a slightly bigger cut. But if that is something that you would like to do in order to support what I create, that is greatly appreciated, and I cannot thank you guys enough for anything you're able to do. But as always, you guys just being here is more than enough. So thank you guys so much for being here and for your continued support as we create this. Okay, cool. I wanted to get that and plug it because I know I don't do that enough. But there's that. Also, liking the stream also does indeed help. Okay. Let's make this shit happen. Tablet is thrown out. The camera is following. Let's see. Let's do Nana Banana. Let's just do it here. Camera is following behind a Huey UH-1 as it flies over the ocean towards the shores of Vietnam. A tablet is seen thrown out the side of the helicopter. All right, let's do that. Kick is better. Kick is indeed better, but yeah. The only issue is so with Kick gives so also anyone that doesn't do content creation, there's a little bit of some strangeness that happens with payouts. So Kick always does everything on the 1st, and then YouTube does everything from the previous month on the 21st of the next month, right? So everything that I've got from December, I get on January 21st. And so everything from January, I get on February 21st. So the tips and the PayPal are the immediate supports, but outside of those, Kick gives the best payouts out of those, and YouTube is always appreciated. And YouTube also helps with a whole bunch of other shit as far as what's it called? Like being able to put yourself out for potential sponsorships, even though no one's going to do that. But yeah. Kick kills your battery so much faster. Yeah, it can. Kick can be quite a bit, but it is what it is. I need this shot so we can have it go, and then I don't care about the sound at all because the sound for this is just the music. Just the music. So let's see here. And then we're going to have another thing of the tablet. So we're going to have one scene of the tablet being thrown out of the helicopter and impacting the ocean and falling down. We're going to have another scene. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so we're going to download this. Tablet syncing Skyfall style. Yeah, I haven't seen Skyfall in a long time. Tablet is falling in real time towards the ocean below as the helicopter keeps on moving towards the coast. The camera follows the tablet as it falls to the ocean and causes a splash as it sinks. All right, let's try this. Higgsfield is much better with theatrical shots than Veo, it seems. Higgsfield is significantly better. Significantly. It's why you don't see that many early scenes in a movie where camera faces west and almost always faces east. Yeah, exactly. What would happen if a fisherman pulls up the tablet? Well, I mean, if you throw a fucking tablet in the water, like it's fucked. But I mean, I don't know. Who knows? It's just him watching a news broadcast. It's not like it matters. So, yeah, we're gonna get this in there. It'll be good. What? All right, Higgsfield. We're gonna use some of these here, though. So we're gonna have the Sog Frogs. Do we put Donut in as himself? As a Sog Frog, or should he stay the MP? Those Sog Frogs were working overtime today. Yeah, they really were. A Cog Frog. Oh, it's so good. But okay, here's the thing, dude. And so many people don't get this. This is what Higgs field can do. There isn't a single image generator that can do things at this level. You like that gun? That's good. I've sold quite a few of them. Yeah. This is the one that I used in that image, by the way. The only thing that was missing in the complete original kit, and the only damage was to the styrofoam in the case. But otherwise, it was all original, all matching. Perfection. The real deal. What the fuck was a vaguely gun-shaped thing on last Huey? I know. Walther? It is a Walther. That was the other thing that I was going to say. Like, it understands an M60. And that's also an M60 that I've used. It understands exactly what the M60 looked like and how to fucking put it in there. It understood. It understood the mission 100%. So Higgs field allows you to do all sorts of shit, right? A10 looks good, looks pretty correct. You know, it was getting Asman fucking pretty spot on. There's a lot of shit that it does. So, all right, let's do. We'll do IMAX for first, and then we'll do the Reflex 16. I like using the film camera. So if I use the camera for film, it's going to give that film grain, that very realistic look, but it's also going to put things in a lot better perspective for shit. So like if I do something that's realistic, it's going to put something in a more realistic form. Whereas if I use a digital camera, it's more likely to do a digital thing. So yeah, pretty fucking crazy. Where's the was actually a really good example I had with Nux. Okay, so here's an example with Nux, right? So this one was using the RE16 SR, and it was able to get him looking correct, right? Obviously, notice the people that it puts in there, right? Whereas when I go with other models, it instead tries to do things in a not so realistic manner. But I want to do film because film will force it into doing things more realistically. So a little too cinematic on the splash. Yeah, I know. That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so that's the that looks better. This one's framed and it looks so fucked because of the perspective on it. I don't like the perspective on it at all. Like if I want something to look like old-timey war footage, like you can do it. Like it's pretty fucking crazy. Like if this is so in focus and this is all so out of focus, it almost doesn't look. It almost kind of like takes away from it, and also the size of it. Like this is probably the most accurate that I can see. So we're gonna animate it, And then we're gonna grab this and have our sound off in 10 seconds. Yeah. Hey Alex, what's up, dude? Have I listened to any of the Forced Valor stories about Brandon? Oh god. I've listened to a couple of them. They're fucking wild. Making the island foggy for dramatic effect. Am I in Discord? I am on Discord. By the way, this is me trying to get it to like write 2 + 2 = 7. In the Somali, it wasn't able to like figure it out. You just found out you were watching a minute behind. Oh. Oh. I feel like none of them work because Tectone doesn't have sleeves. Well, so this can work because it's a crew chief, right? That's throwing it out. And I can write it so that Tectone gives it to the crew chief and says, fuck it, I don't want this, and then throws it out, right? So Streamlabs really needs to show when a message is a reply. Oh, that's fair. So I can just write it so that he gives it to him and then throws it out. We can regenerate it. I don't have a problem regenerating it. We'll do one more. We'll see what the video is like. Somali wouldn't figure it out either. Yeah, I know. That's still the most ridiculous thing. He thinks he's not getting away with it. Is that his new car? This is his new car. Absolutely. That's what he's driving now. And we have it from multiple angles. Oh, it's blurring somebody. It fully generated somebody as being blurred. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. What are we doing? All right, we'll figure this. Hold on, I know what I'm gonna do with it. None of these are good. We're gonna reuse. We're gonna generate 4 again. As it falls to the water, and as it sinks, the helicopter keeps flying towards the coast. Alright, let's do that again. Elon Musk is the general. We can't do Elon Musk. And I'll show you why.
Good evening, gentlemen.
That's why we can't use Elon Musk. He's already on Mars. Can't use him. So he's there with the Epstein files and the Xbox. So yeah, we can't do that. It's a good idea. It's not a bad idea if I hadn't already used him. I'm trying to think of how to tease all of the things that I want to have in the episode. In this intro. Let me go to grab the image. Let's download this. It's going to be like a fucking 2K image, isn't it? All right, there we go. All right, let's try this. I mean, that's better, but it's not. I mean, I could just cut to it. Wait, is there a second ocean underneath? No, okay. This is dual screen tablet, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We'll do one more. We'll do one more, and then we'll take one of these and we'll extend it. Okay, so let's do some abstract shit. Um, tablet at the bottom of the ocean near the Vietnam coastline. A couple of lobsters are seen in the murky depths, crawling towards the iPad or the tablet. Hey, Dara, what's up, dude? Okay, so we're gonna add to scene, and we're gonna extend it. Hey, Brando, what's up, dude? We're gonna extend tablet falls. Keep sinking before coming to rest at the seabed, kicking up um uh, sand and partially covering the tablet. Hello. Are you ready for bed?
No, I need a hug.
You need a hug? Okay. I love you. Mwah. Mwah. I love you. Night night. Oh, shut my door, please. Night night. I see you in the morning. I love you. Close it all the way, please. Thank you. All right. Are we gonna have Tectone lose his 22% black? Well, yeah. I think we're gonna save it for the donut episode. The donut episode, we're not. We're waiting. Unfortunately. That looks really good. Let's animate. Lobsters slowly approach and crawl on the tablet. I should really only need to do 2. Give a 22% variant form Minnesota Tectone. Well, I mean, we can get there. I know we can get there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Very cool watching work. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are enjoying that. But yeah, Brando, we got a new car. I'm telling you, dude, we're working on shit, and it's going to be pretty fucking steady for the next few weeks at a bare minimum. I want to do quite a bit more, but I've been slacking, so I need to keep it up. And I'll show you kind of what we're working with here in a moment. Perfect. %, Somali light bulb head. Yeah, we could probably do that. Blacktone is the leader of the Somali pirates. Oh God. All right, so we're gonna open up Resolve really quick, and then we're gonna get going, and we're gonna have our we're making the theme intro for, or the theme opener for our episode. So because it's a longer episode, we have our theme song Tectone 2. So we have our theme song that we've already done, and we're gonna let's see, bring that in. We're gonna put it down a couple layers, and then we'll bring this here. Gonna mute. All right, so we have that, and now we need excellent.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game.
All right, so let's look at this and let's figure out what we want to do. Okay, so I need that to be more impactful. Oh shit, you know what? Hold on. Fuck. Reference. Where is it? Das ist das. What is it? It's good. It's soft. Looks like searching for a bite of something. It's not bad at all, but whenever we can afford it, we'll go get more. Whatever that is. Well, we just got to figure out how to get $40 for tomorrow. Oh, you. Oh, how the fuck I'm gonna get $40? All right. I need. No, it was in the FVS. Yet. Right? Fuck me and not naming my shit properly. No, wasn't there. Was it in Dr. Moist? There it is. Has This. Let me fucking. Let's see if we can do this. Yeah, Brandon, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Okay. So we're gonna. I know they're tiny ass little fucking like baby lobsters, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that this is gonna be there, and then we're gonna have our reference image that's gonna have the logo on it. And that's what we're going for, is to have as many references on here as possible. So it should be a pretty good one. Boom. Boys, look at that. Look at that. No need to do extensive fucking bullshit in Photoshop. You can have AI do it for you. All right. Excellent. Animate. Shit, I did 4. Okay. Let's see how it turns out. I'm pretty excited with that. Yeah. No, there's the thing about Higgsfield is Higgsfield, it does everything almost exactly, right? Where was the example that I used before? So like this, with like his little fucked up fingers and shit. It's the exact same thing as the drawing that I did in Paint. Is it Tectone's children? It could be. I could give them little afros. But yeah, Higgsfield's pretty good. Seafloor covered in lobsters. I like that. This one's also would be pretty good to see animated. I'm going to animate it. You can give them truck nuts chains, leaves it ambiguous. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right, what is this? Perfect. It's so good. I wonder if so it's Vietnam, right? I wonder if there should be like a rice hat underwater. Okay, I'm just trying to see how it morphs. Okay. So here's something to note, right? So take a look at what's happening here and look at the letters as soon as something interacts with the letters. Okay, that one's better because it covers up all the fuck ups. But if you look at this one, you look at this one, see how you can kind of see behind how it's fucking it up and it's trying to figure out what to do. Ooh. I don't know which one I like more. Oh, the big lobster coming off from the side. Okay. Okay. That was this one. Okay. I'm going to favorite that one because that looks good. Okay. So I'm going to download this. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. So we have that, right? And now a shirt with this reference design at the bottom of an ocean off the Vietnam coast. A skeleton holding a broken skeleton missing many bones, with a rice hat and AK-47 that's rusted out with barnacles growing on it and be seen nearby. Lobsters can be seen all over the place, but the shirt design is clear. Try to intentionally misrepresent every Asian civilization. Yeah. Yeah. I can do that. It'd be easy. Again, here's it's just one of those things where, okay, you want something done. I don't know, man. I'm just it frustrates me how many people are anti AI when it's like, okay, I generated this image, I thought it looked great. Hey, let's take this other image and I want to put this other, I want to meld these two together and I want to make this. It understood what I wanted and it did a fantastic job. And that took seconds compared to whatever Photoshop work would have been needed to do that. Doesn't work all the time, but it's wild that people are so against AI. Ooh. That looks really good. That looks really good, except the shirt's not black. Hey. Do we want it to be a shirt, or do we want should it be like a banner? Like a flag? Or a flyer? Like what should this be at the bottom of the ocean? Do we like the shirt design? Like do we like the idea of the shirt? I actually like that shirt design a lot, to be honest. Like, I think that like I might make that an actual shirt because that looks pretty fucking cool. But you ever get stumped for ideas? A canvas bag? Uh, Canvas bag's not an idea. Or a canvas bag is not a bad idea. Uh, Generic Asian scroll. I don't think that I think that's a bit too much. A flag? Okay. Uh, Flag. Let's try it. Let's just do a flag. I want it to make it I want it to actually look decent, right? I don't want it to look um like if I did an Asian scroll, like sure, I could get away with that, right? I can make the most ridiculous over the top fucking thing. Ooh, a Chinese takeout menu. Okay, that I like. I like that a bit more. A Chinese takeout menu. And specifically say that it's Chinese to piss fucking people off because they're gonna be it's Vietnamese. It's like, no, no, no. Fuck you. We don't care about what you have to say. Fuck you. Uh the flag looks pretty good. Skeleton just looks or the AK just looks gigantic. Mm. Ooh. I actually like that. That looks pretty fucking cool to me. But it's not it doesn't have the reaching for the sky and hitting the cloud portion, and I want that. That's not bad. This one's not bad. I think we're gonna do this one. We're just gonna do two because we don't need to generate a lot because we know exactly what we want out of it. Okay, cool. So this one, I like this one. It hits everything that I care about. It's fine. It's not it's not a bad idea. The AK actually looks really fucking good. Is there anything that I don't like about it? Or that's off? The only thing that's off is the charging handle is just straight out instead of curved. That's the only thing that's off about it. Like here, you can tell that there's a curve to it if you look. But it doesn't really matter because that looks really good. Are those rubber bands on the claws? Wait, were they? Yeah. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna leave that in there. I don't care. I think that's a funny little detail. That flag was cool if it had been done correctly. Yeah, that's true. Kimberly Jungle Inn. Oh man. What about the dimples and trunnions? I mean, you can see the dimple there. Like it's actually, you can see the dimple there. Like it's not. Is it the best AK that you can get? No, but for AI, it's actually pretty fucking good. So it is what it is. Yeah, I think it's ocean setting with yeah, pretty much. Closer to a Type 1 AK than an AKM. I mean, to be fair, when I say that an AK is rusted out and has barnacles growing on it, I mean it's probably close to, I don't know what they were using in Vietnam, whatever the Russians were giving them. I know that, Type 56s and I know shit like that was used around then. At least I think they were. But in any case, Type 1s might not be out of place there. I don't know. It's understanding how the lobster. Oh, what the fuck happened with it? That one there. Okay, we're gonna take that one. That one looks good. AK-47, 56, yeah. And other Type 1s were the very early shits. I just don't know what Russia gave them. Off the top of my head, I haven't done a crazy amount of research. All right.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold.
I'm just trying to think of ideas.
For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
we're transitioning into the actual episode. Fading out. And so by this point, the episode has begun. Okay, that's where I'm at there. I think that I need to come up with one more little segment before we get to here. Okay, so I don't know what that's going to be yet, but it's going to be, you know what? Here, we're just going to do this. We're going to do this. A field of lobsters swarming the ocean. Under the near the coast. Ooh. Yeah, we're just gonna do a swarm of them. We're just gonna do a pair of images, and so I'm thinking
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. Fucking lobsters for money.
okay, so we're gonna go we're gonna have one more thing here, right? So
Fucking lobsters for
and then as soon as the voice comes in, we're gonna hard cut to black.
fucking lobsters for money.
And then as soon as she says money, that's when we come in on a scene. And I think the scene is gonna be a jungle on fire. And I think that's what we're gonna go with. So oh. Vietnam jungle on fire. From a massive napalm strike. And I want it. I need to think kind of Bond about it. Abstract Bond style. Intro video. Intro. The trees are dollar or oh my god. That looks fucking crazy. Holy shit. If we have to go realistic, we will. I'm going to see if it can do an abstract Bond thing, but I think we're going to do all of the lobsters. Or we can keep things abstract. Okay. I love you. 1 second. I'll be right back. And I. All right. All right. Let's do that. Okay. All right. So, do we like the abstract concept of the money burning, or do we want to go with the realism? Which one do we want to go for? The money? Okay. Uh how do I want to I'm just trying to think. It's fucking cool. um Lobster silhouette and burning money. Okay. Hmm. Abstract lobster on an ocean floor. That's a window to let's see. Lobster. Oh fuck. I cannot spell. Silhouettes and burning money. Ocean floor. Let's go with a digital camera for this one with different focal length. You like bars? It's hard. I mean, we're gonna go. We're gonna have some more realistic stuff, but I'm just trying to think of how to present it in a way that's gonna like really resonate with what I'm trying to get through. Right. And then all of the lobsters coming out. We're gonna just be like, lobsters are around on the shore. Yeah, we don't need anything fucking crazy for that. Ooh, I like that. Oh, I really like that. Okay. Let's see. Um, abstract notion of a rabbi controlling cryptocurrency. Let's see if we can figure this shit out. We made an Adele song, now we're doing our own Skyfall. Yeah, pretty much. Well, burning money underwater is I can think of quite a few good symbologies for that. Making all of this shit is a great one. Doesn't matter how much you try and cool these fucking data centers, AI is always burning dollars away. Uh Um, um, uh, and strange concept of a. He said you wanted to bring Soldier from All About the Money. What about you? What do you mean? Oh, Rabbi McGoldsteinberg? No, McGoldsteinberg is a he's part of KFC. This is one of the bad rabbis that Nux was talking about in the Tectone episode. Abstraction of failing a task. A wooden box with rainbows on it and the letter F in gold on the front is on a table next to a computer and a Israeli flag. This looks great. This looks great. Did it understand what I wanted? Excellent. Okay.
Fucking lobsters for money. Just for money. Just for money. Fucking lobsters for money. Fucking lobsters for money.
Okay. One of the lobsters are retrieving the tablet from the ocean. Maybe. Do I use Nana Banana on Higgs Field or Seed Dance? Well, you can use whatever you want. I normally use Nano Banana because it understands a lot more context of what I'm wanting out of it. It's usually it to me. It's the better of the two. Rabbi McGoldsteinberg is the keeper of the boxes. Um, excellent, excellent. Yeah, sorry for the choppiness. My computer sucks. I can't afford to get anything better, so it is what it is.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country,
In a bunker. Somewhere. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to bump it again. Um 3D abstraction. Abstract stylization of fat guys in frog suits. Rushing uh shooting in village, one of the fat guys in frog suits and M force was holding a 1911 one hand and waving the American flag in the other. Perfect. The screen changes and shows FTX with crazy Jewish husbands about women, about anime women, large breasts. Ooh. Dark and gritty. Let's see here. Been get a real good. Well, I mean, he has a much better car now. He can pull some bitches with that. That is pretty sick, though. I like that one. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm gonna let's see that. Let's animate that. That looks actually pretty fucking sick. This one just looks fucking badass. Once we get these two, then we'll be able to look at it and we'll be able to judge where we want to go from there. Tectone better come back to streaming for this. Yeah. That'd be a badass poster. It would be. I mean, it's a huge fucking image too. I'll make another couple. I think we'll do the first one because it's weird. He has to be planning too soon. Yeah. Yeah. I hope he does. He's a cool dude. I mean, he hasn't helped me a whole lot, like personally, but outside of him sharing my videos, which has done a lot for me, which I am extraordinarily thankful for. That's a fucking badass poster right there, too. I'm gonna download that. Shit, I wonder if we go with this. Or do we stick with the frogs? I think we'll stick with the frogs for now. But that's still a fucking badass poster. Badass computer mat. Yeah, I'll make that into something that you guys can get. Because it's generating these in extreme, like, crazy detail. Will I make cameos frog commando in here? Yeah, I can. I can. The yeah, no, Tech he's a good dude. I haven't had a crazy amount of personal interaction. I think the only time that he ever like really sat down and interacted with me was when I called out Asman for saying that when Asman said that he doesn't believe that Hassan's a shitty person, and it's like, well, I think he could not be more wrong on that. I think anyone that platforms terrorism and is against the country that they live in, I think they're massive pieces of shit. And if you don't believe that, I mean, that's your choice. But I chose to disagree, and he thought it was attacking. But I don't know. Most people don't understand my perspective on things and how I view shit. And I'm not there to start drama or do anything. I view things the way I view them, and that's it. Not quite there. We're gonna animate this though. And then we'll change this to the Ari Alexa. His on wears Miles' fucking suit. Yeah, I know. But at the same time, like, I don't know, man. He is Tectone has helped me more than I can ever truly express. whenever he reviewed a video, it was getting me some serious fucking views, and it was bringing in some serious fucking money. And when he went away, and then I just was very sporadic with what I do, it hurt a lot, and I didn't realize just how much that hurt. So it's just building it up. That's all it is. So, I'm gonna be streaming significantly more regularly, whether I want to or not. And just because I gotta keep shit more regular. I gotta find something to make that I want to stream, do something. So yeah, he gives really great advice. He I don't know. He hasn't given me a crazy amount of advice that I've asked for. Uh, but a few times he's answered and has been useful. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, he's extraordinarily busy. I'm not gonna complain that I'm not getting exactly whatever out of him. I'm not gonna complain about that. He's got his own shit to do. I got my own shit to do. At the end of the day, he's on a different level. So it is what it is. You know, I'm not mad at him or anything like that. It doesn't fucking matter. He's when he does help, he is extremely useful and helpful. And I really appreciate that. Uh let's see here. What I make of Andrew Esquire? I think he lives in the memes. Yeah, he does, and he's a good dude too. He he's doing quite a bit. He's a really really cool guy. I need to finish his video for him. I've been slacking. Holidays really interrupted a lot of shit, but yeah, he's one of the few law people on YouTube that actually makes content that I would say is worthy of watching, because he gets it and he's aware of himself far more than a lot of other people that do the same thing. And he's also entertaining enough and chooses a good selection of topics that keep him relevant. So he's very smart and very very intelligent about that. But he also has a lot of good takes on a lot of things, and this takes it from a professional perspective that not that many other people do. So what do I think about Kirsch? I don't know. I mean, she can be interesting here and there. I don't see myself watching her a whole lot. I think she's an interesting character. I think that she has definitely cultivated an audience with in a very specific way that a lot of YouTubers typically do. But at the same time, she doesn't use that 24/7 to constantly egg her audience on. And so she gets more respect just because she's not willing to, or she doesn't play into the RP angle or the lust angle as much as a lot of other people do. And also her voice is not irritating as fuck. Like, I can't tell you how many people they talk and they have that fucking squeaker anime voice, and it's just like, no, I don't want to listen to this fucking garbage. Nope, I am not going to. It's like fucking nails on a chalkboard to me. So can't stand it. You think she's too deep in mega cult? I don't think she's too deep in necessarily anything. I think she says the way that she sees the world, and that's fine. People can say what they want about how they view the world. Nux is also, he's also a good dude. The only problem I really have is the sheer amount of pro Israel stuff that he has, but I can't blame him for having the amount of pro Israel stances he has because he's a Jew. So of course he's going to have the stances he has, right? I can't hold that. I'm not going to hold that against him. But at the same time, if it conflicts with the way I see the world, and the way I see the world is if it's not pro America, then I don't give a fuck. Right? I don't care who you are. If your stance isn't pro America, I'm more than likely going to disagree heavily with somebody's viewpoints, right? Because I believe that it should always be America first. I don't care about any other country. I don't care about anything else. I care about what happens to me in this country and my life. I don't care about some other fucking idiot in, I don't know, Madagascar. I don't give two fucks about what's happening to them. It doesn't matter. I'm never going to meet them. I'm never going to see them. It doesn't matter to me. I care about what happens to my immediate life and what happens to my daughter. That's what matters, right? But if somebody has different perspectives, they can have different perspectives. Doesn't matter, right? You can't listen to Mouse. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried. But yeah, I don't think she's. I don't think that she's. I don't think that she's fake. But I really dislike the. Also, okay, all right. Let's very briefly. I say briefly. Let's talk about VTubers real quick. I think VTubers as a whole, generally speaking, they're all fucking stupid moose knuckles, and they should probably not be allowed to stream on the internet because every single one of them, they gatekeep their stupid craft. They try and bully people out of shit, and they are nothing but a blight on humanity, causing a whole bunch of garbage all the time. They bait people in with porn, with RP stuff. You have a bunch of lolly characters, and if you like lolly, I'm violently against that. But my point is, they are a bunch of self-pretentious assholes. And then if you say anything that goes against the grain of everybody else, that's like them in that space, because let's face it, most of them are usually going to be failures that are only doing that because they want to. Some of them do it to hide their identity, right? Nux is one of those, but others do it specifically because they aren't confident in their appearance, and then they choose something that's going to project what they feel like they should look like, with giant tits or whatever the case may be, or it's a dude RPing as a girl. And that's generally speaking. There's quite a few. I say quite a few. There's two that I've actually watched that I think are exempt from that, and that, or I guess three really: Burnt Peanut, Kirsch, and Nux. But I cannot stand anybody else that I've ever watched or ever somebody else has ever recommended that I watch, because it is all just a dumb fucking cult, and they aren't tolerant of people that are better than them. It's the same people that hate on AI, right? You suck dick at drawing. I suck at drawing, but I was able to turn that into something that looks like Boondocks using AI. I was able to take something and I was able to put it on like, I can do some shit with AI, and people that hate on AI are the same sort of people that are these VTubers. It's fucking terrible. The entire VTuber fucking sphere is absolute cancer. It could not be a worse place. And it's like, okay, like they were upset at the Streamer Awards that Burnt Peanut won. Well, let's face it, Burnt Peanut is the only VTuber that I've ever seen that is regularly entertaining, wild, can banter like nobody else, and the way that he does things enhances the way that he presents himself. Right now, Nux, he does a great job on his own. Kirsch, she does a great job on their own, but they are not in the same league as Peanut. Peanut can do things on a whole different level, right? And yes, his appeal is also way broader. So it's one of those things where I can't, if people say, look at this VTuber, look at that VTuber, it's whatever. Who is that? Who fucking told me, okay, we're gonna do a fucking a live review on someone's dumb shit. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna look at, oh my god, stupid. Okay. All right. So let's I know we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna talk about how people think that this person is based and that they have good gun taste and shit like that. And I'm gonna prove that they don't have good gun taste with 3 guns over what they have. And I'm actually point out all the fucking problems with the shit that they have purchased and how it is all a colossal waste of money. And people that look at these things and think that they're cool, they are not. I have to go on this tangent because people think that this shit is fucking great. It's gone. Oh, okay. So you sold your fucking Scar. Good. You didn't have an optic on it when you fucking showed it off. All right. So we got what? A carry Glock. What the fuck is this? Is like a SAR or something like that. A fucking Glock clone, something like that. A really shitty fucking VP, a piece of shit with a non-adjustable RMR. Nobody buys a non-adjustable RMR. Nobody fucking buys these. The people that buy these are literally brain dead because not being able to adjust it manually, that is nobody fucking buys these unless you don't know what you're buying, or you got such a crazy deal, like you got it for $50 and it was, somehow not an airsoft one. But no one fucking buys these pieces of shit. You buy an RMR 02. You don't buy one of these, an RMR 01 or whatever. You don't fucking do that. And then you got a P2000. Who the fuck buys this? Buy a Glock. Not a Staccato, not a Nighthawk. Nothing. Oh god. And then some FNs. Like, don't. Why do you own this many fucking pistols and a hollow shit? I don't have much to speak on. I have a hollow shit on one of my guns. But like, these are trying to show off your fucking sight. What was that? Hold on. Your shitty fucking half moon, who the fuck? Okay. God, and then all of the FNs. Who buys FNs? Who the fuck? Like, who? Unless you are a Glock doesn't do much damage. Glocks do a shitload of damage. If you think Glocks don't do damage, you are beyond dumb. A Glock is fantastic. Glocks do the Lord's work. I thought you're gonna eviscerate the VTuber sphere, the standard type streamer. Don't buy a Taurus. You're an idiot if you buy a Taurus. Surprised there isn't a SIG in that cursed lineup. We're getting through it. But again, people think that this is based and think this is great. If you like the Second Amendment, that's cool. But you don't buy garbage. Don't buy trash. Don't buy. Okay, you want to know why you own a 5.7? You buy a 5.7 for not a meme, or to not art LARP as fucking Splinter Cell when you're never going to be. You buy a 5.7 if you're in the cartel and you're going to fucking clap people that might have body armor. That's why you use a 5.7. And I've seen people down in Juarez with fucking 5.7s that carry them around and they use that to go through armor. That's what you use a 5.7 for. You don't fucking just own one just because it's a fucking FN. FN makes trash. They make garbage. Don't buy FN. All right, another just showing off some shit. Oh boy, this AR-15 is going to. Okay, we're gonna turn off the audio. Okay, so first off, okay, the profile of this barrel. This is some cheap trash. Okay, I can already tell you, it's a good round. It's not a good round. It's a fucking the 5.7 is good for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's for defeating body armor and going really, really fast. That is the only reason it's good for, and it's so niche, right? And you get much more terminal ballistics out of a 4.6, out of an MP7. Like, if you can afford a P90, and especially if it's full auto, don't ever buy a semi-auto. There's no reason to ever do that. But, if you get your 07 SOT and then you get yourself a full auto P90 as a dealer sample, okay, maybe there's an argument for 5.7. But a 4.6 out of a MP7 is going to do, or a P90, right? P90 versus MP7, MP7 wins every single time. But first off, this is some fucking dog shit for a barrel. I can already tell it's going to be fucking garbage. And then we see this horrendous dick mod on this fucking handguard. You know what? 1 second. 1 second. Not on YouTube. I know what I know what I can do on YouTube. I know what I can do. All right. All right, let's talk about this fucking thing. So, first off, you love the guntism. This is hilarious. You're welcome. Okay. First off, this dumb bitch with this stupid fucking dick mod rail and not even an optic on here. No optic, just an iron sight. Who buys an AR-15 and doesn't have an optic on it? Who the fuck does that? Okay, so here we go. Here's an upper receiver. This has the same shitty profile barrel, but that's fine because it's a DPMS. This was actually a police trade-in that I got. Put a GG&G fucking rail on the front for a light. Got an ARMS 30mm mount. So I actually have an optic, and I can still co-witness on my irons if I want to. And why did I do that? Because I can't remove this fucking carry handle. So I kept it as is, right? So that's something that doesn't have but I didn't put a fucking dick mod thing in the front. Now, you want to see, how you actually set up a rifle? This is an actually set up correct rifle. Right? You got an optic. You don't have a rear sight because in today's day and age, no fucking way, even on, a short pistol or rifle or anything, you're not going to use your fucking iron sights. Don't clown around thinking you're going to do that. So don't even bother with that. And if you're going to, I've seen this a lot. I've seen a lot of people put their fucking PECs, their laser boxes, back here, right? Their PEC 15s, their D-balls, or whatever the fuck, they put it way back here, which is stupid because your hand's going to include all of it anyways if you hold your rifle right. And even when they do this, they'll put their iron sight in front. Well, you don't put your iron sight in front because you want your laser to be the furthest in the front. Anyways, I can go on forever about setting up a rifle right. In any case, if I want to show off a rifle, I have a fucking rifle to show off. And it being a Noveski, that's going to hold fucking value. But this fucking shit rod, and I know what it is, right? Right here. In those that aren't in the fucking gun world, those are great for hunting. Yeah, they're fantastic for hunting. Use a 77 grain Razor OTM, or 77 grain Mark 262 or Razor Core OTM. Those are going to give you really good effect on target. Or you can use something like the Winchester Silver Tips. Those are going to do absolutely fantastic on hunting. The amount of hogs that you can one-tap with 77 grain OTMs is absolutely wild. But what you don't do is you don't buy a piece of shit Saint like this. And this is a Saint, right? Because you can see it engraved on the receiver right here. This is a piece of shit. And then she put this fucking dick mod rail on here And I don't care if she's saying that her mom or whatever did this. You change that immediately, and you at least put an MOE on there. You don't keep dick mod. Dick mod always fails every single time. Gotta roll to bed. Is that a knight? What I have mine's a Noveski. That is not a knight's armament. That is a $400 piece of shit at best at a pawn shop. Or if you buy them brand new, you can get them for about $900, if that. So, yeah, this thing is horrendous. Yep, you can see it right there. Springfield Armory. Don't buy anything from Springfield. They are so fucking trash. Don't buy anything from this stupid fucking company. But the fact that she bought a Springfield Saint and has this airsoft grade fucking rear iron sight, okay. She wants to show that fucking trash off. No optic. Again, zero optic. What are you doing showing off a rifle without an optic? Even the fucking carry handle thing that I have has an optic. They haven't made anything decent since 1903. No, like they made good M14s. Like they've made some good shit, and but the problem is in the last 10 years, they haven't made anything of value. In the last 10 years, it's been garbage. Same with like Kimber. Don't ever buy a fucking Kimber handgun. They're terrible. That rail is so plasticky, you could put Tic Tacs in it. It is. You can just tell from looking at like this image, you're not even like in that same fucking, you can tell that this looks like some trash. Looks like trash. You got a Mark 23? Hey, hold on. So you got the PEC 6 with it? Did you get the Knights can with it? If you got the Knights can, ooh, you're sitting on some fucking money, dude. And I'm going to tell you right now. But especially if you have that PEC 6 that came with those. Yeah, but no. Dick mod rail, fucking terrible. All right? And she continues showing it off about how she tries to use it. And then showing off a KSG-12. This is a meme shotgun. These things are fucking atrocious to use. People think they're good because it was in John Wick and she has the airsoft special fucking sight on there. Like, unbelievable. By the way, Dara, you know that can, that 45 can for that Mark 23, that can has, I think those are $8,000 or $9,000 cans now. But anyways, people say that this is like this lady knows her guns and she owns a KSG-12, a double barrel pump action shotgun. This thing is atrocious on every single level. And you can just see that trigger based off of the light on that trigger, how fucking awful that is. Holy fuck, this is terrible. Yeah, Dara, I'm going to tell you right now, if you have a Mark 23, if you send post images in the Discord, if it's complete, like it's a complete Mark 23 with a night suppressor and you have the PEC 6, you can probably get 20 grand for that pistol, 15 grand, somewhere around there. You can get a lot. So yeah, this is stupid. This is beyond ridiculous. Why anyone would ever own one of these fucking things. Holy God. Okay, we're continuing. Oh, look. Oh, look. Bringing out the fucking Boomer special piece of shit hunting rifle. Like, motherfucker, if you're gonna flex, if you're gonna fucking flex a bolt gun, if you're gonna flex a bolt gun, at least flex something that's wild like this instead of a fucking Grandpappy's special straight out of Bass Pro. If you don't know what this is, I don't blame you. The Noveski Apache, these are extremely extremely rare, especially in the original Manners configuration. But buying fucking Grandpappy's fucking, it's a savage, like, dude, what are we doing? Why are people fucking hyped about this? What is this? A fucking lever action? Cool. This looks like the cheapest reproduction imaginable. Right. Oh, an MP5 22 with the fake suppressor. Yeah. Like, I don't know how many fucking MP5 pictures I have. I need to open my phone to do that, but Um, what do you can't talk to me about why you showing off a 22. No one gives a fuck. Okay, and then you have a 22 MR556. So you have a 22 version with a Vortex Spark. Good for you. That why is that optic not on your AR-15? Why is it on this piece of shit 22? What? Why? Oh my! Oh, what is this cringe? What is this? And no, I'm not playing the fucking audio. If I play the audio, it's gonna give me a fucking aneurysm because of let's see. Okay, so this is a fake honey badger. It's a fake honey badger with a CMC drop-in trigger, and it has a it's not even a V7. It's some fucking trash. It she has an EOTech. Great. Why is that not on something else? She has a fucking linear compensator. Why would you ever have a linear compensator? That's fucking disgusting and gross. Her voice, yeah. No, this thing is fucking terrible. Why do you have a Magpul sling mount way up front? You don't need that. You have an M300 light. Like, what are you doing? That is not great. The linear compensator, these things do, people say they do a lot. I'm telling you right now, they do next to nothing. You instead want a muzzle brake, or I can't show this on stream, me removing the suppressor, but I can remove my suppressor so that you guys can see what's hiding underneath. Oh god. Just so I can prove a point. Oh shit, something melted onto that. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of copper on there. But you want a brake or something that's going to actually redirect. This is basically a blast baffle in how it functions, but it also surprisingly does reasonable enough with recoil. But you want something that's going to actually be a host to something, even if it's a surefire, a surefire muzzle device where you can put a fucking warded on there or whatever. You want that at a minimum. You want something you can actually put attachments on. Not this. She's not even faking it with like a fucking homo gear fucking peck box. Yeah, look at that. What the fuck is that gonna do? Nothing. It's not redirecting anything out. A fucking plastic, that probably came from the manufacturer, to be perfectly honest. On a honey badger thing. Did she SBR this? Or is that the brace? If she SBR'd that, that's the stupidest fucking thing in the world to SBR. Wow, she's really fucking going on about that because it's the only gun that has an optic and a light. Astounding. And then there's her SP5. Look at that. It has an enforced light. Why the fuck would you have an enforced light? Or maybe it's a stream light. I don't know, but having those are fucking stupid. The Midwest Industries, if you're going to have that rail, there's the better one that exists for the SD. You're going to use that little prism thing. That's not great. You have an HK claw mount. Okay, cool. You got an HK claw mount. But then you have an A5 stock or A3. I don't remember, but why are you still using that when you can get a much better BNT? And then you're using an AFG on there instead of an actual grip like a BCM or something. And it's the SP5, the civilian version of it. It does have a tri-lug, so at least there's that. But oh god, it's a streamlight. Oh, that's fucking ass. That needs. Why would you fucking do that? G36. It's an SL8. Okay, cool. So she didn't pay that much for it. The HK is not. Don't buy an SL8 unless you're gonna send it to Tommy Built and have him convert it into a G36 because he can actually do that, but it's gonna be very expensive. It's just not worth doing. Not at all. And then look at that. Okay. Last gun, and then we're gonna get out of there. Linear comp isn't that bad. You run the Q whistle tip just to protect threads and not get gunk all the time. Okay, but I use the whistle tip too, and I use the bottle rocket, I promise you the bottle rocket is significantly better, or without the whistle tip, it is still better than with the whistle tip. The whistle tip still is great in redirecting all of that concussive force forward. It absolutely is, especially on an 11.5 going full auto, because, I mean, it's full semi-automatic because this one has an FRT in it. But the point is that if I use the whistle tip, that's going to redirect everything forward, but might as well just use a suppressor. But if I want to actually mitigate the blast, or I want to mitigate recoil, then I use the bottle rocket, so I actually get around that. This girl's a poser, but she's just a noob. She's not remotely gun savvy as you or gun people. I know, but the thing is, people are... There are certain tisms about guns that really grind my fucking gears, especially when people say that so-and-so is a gun person, and then I look at what they have, and I can tell immediately that they're not a gun person. As soon as I see somebody that owns a fucking SCAR and doesn't have an optic, I don't care what anyone has to say. They are not a gun person. You don't own a SCAR and not have an optic in it. In fact, all of the groups that used to exist on Facebook before Facebook went rampant banning everybody in all of the groups from existing, if you went into a group and you posted your membership photo, which was saying, hey guys, I want to be in this high-end group where we actually discuss high-end gear and sell high-end gear. If somebody comes in and says, hey, I got a high-end gun, and they post a SCAR L or SCAR H without an optic, every single time they'd get kicked from the group because that is all that they own. They don't own anything beyond that. They don't have anything of value on that gun except for anything of value besides a SCAR without an optic, because that's all that they could afford. They spent their $4,000 or whatever on that SCAR, and then they didn't do shit. So great. SCAR is great. Yeah. The SCAR does not have great iron sights. I can tell you that for a fact. It's pretty not great, and they're also horrible with optics because they famously break optics all the times. She does it for the clicks. Kids don't know any better. Oh, I know. It's not bad for a girl when I compare her to other girls. I reject that statement entirely, because I've seen plenty of other girls that are far sluttier and play up being a gun bunny, but in reality, they actually know their shit. This is farming for clicks. This is not somebody that actually knows anything about guns. This is somebody that tangentially knows something about a gun. That's it. But all I'm saying, all of this is to say, is that when you look at VTubers, you look at anyone in that space, they don't really know. Like they're grifting off of whatever they can to get views. They don't bring anything of inherent value, right? Or they're LARPing, or just giant tits, or whatever the case may be. Now, again, when you look at somebody like Kirsch, who talks about the news, and that's what she does, and she talks about current events, that's what she does. She sometimes grifts off of NSFW or risque photos, that's fine. But at the end of the day, she does one thing, and that's what she does. Nux, he does one thing, and that's the way that he's been doing things, that's what he does. I don't have a problem with either of them because they don't grift for the sake of grifting. All the people like that, I have a big fucking problem with people grifting for the sake of grifting. Want to see her vector so that you can hate her too? God, she got a vector. Why did she get a vector? You get a vector if it's full auto. You don't get a vector unless if it's semi-auto. You don't. And oh, hold on. No. Asobi, I did see that, and it had the fake fucking suppressor, the barrel shroud that looks like a suppressor, but it's not really a fucking suppressor. No, I did see that. It's gay as shit. It is absolutely gay as shit. Anyways. I want... People need to be bullied. All right, let me put it like that. People need to be bullied to understand better, because nobody understands better until they get bullied, right? I get bullied all the time about shit, and I improve what I do because I get that shit right back, right? But if somebody doesn't know better and presents themselves as an expert on something, and they don't get pushback on it, and they just get told that, oh, that's so cool, oh, that's so good, and then they keep getting attention for doing something that's clearly wrong or incorrect, and no one pushes back, or when somebody pushes back, everybody else drowns them out trying to give somebody praise. That's a problem. Gun bullying works. It does. It absolutely does. It got me from going from a Delton Sierra 15 with an airsoft sight and a Tyrant Designs grips into having what I have today. It works. If somebody has garbage, call them out. There's even military arms. Here. This is not a fucking. Give me a second. Last thing, and then I promise we're gonna focus on our thing. Okay. All right. Let's talk. Just real briefly, I'm gonna show this. Even this goober, military arms. This dude, he is such a fucking boomer gooner or boomer goober. He is a fucking dumbass. And he's sitting there and, okay, look, I can look at this. I can tell you automatically straight away, this is not a Remington. The only Remington thing that he has is the handguard. That's it. That's not a Remington. And he's trying to say that these pics take us back to 2019 and the end of the Remington era of ACRs. These are a few of my favorite memories with this incredibly unreliable and poorly fit firearm. It took some special engineering from Remington to take the functional rifle and fucked it up this bad. Here's the thing. This is not a Remington. This is, I promise you, I would willing to bet like my left fucking nut. This is a Huntsville manufactured Bushmaster ACR. And with a Remington Defense Dick Mod, their version of Dick Mod handguard. This is fucking trash. This is an actual Remington ACR. And you can tell because the lower receiver is magnesium. It has the pistol grip for an AR-15 instead of already molded in like this fucking piece of shit. This one is actually all metal. This one has quite a bit of polymer. This actually has the real Remington Defense handguard. It has the tan anodized charging handle. This tiny little part that's maybe like the size of a fucking quarter. That thing, I can sell that for $2,000. If I still had some left, $2,000 for that part, probably $3,000 at this point. And then the rarest of the rare stock attachments to actually have a buffer tube instead of an actual ACR thing. But this dude's a fucking idiot. There's too many people that don't know what they're talking about when it comes to guns, and it frustrates me. And I don't know everything, but people need to be bullied into understanding that they are buying garbage. And Adam, I understand and I agree that people, or not you, hold on. It was Snoo, right? The more people that own guns, the better. Yeah, that's fine. But the problem is that so many people are so unbelievably misinformed with it that they buy garbage and they end up supporting shitty fucking companies and shitty designs, or they give out bad misinformation like military arms. This dumb piece of shit, this absolute fucking clown of a dumb asshole, this guy right here trying to say that's a fucking Remington design. This is a Bushmaster design. Remington had a completely different design that that Bushmaster never had. So, yeah, Dick Mod, yeah, that's what it's called, it's Dick Mod. So, the only Remington he has is an electric shaver. Yeah, absolutely. Like you want to say that Remington fucked something up? All right, here's another Remington. Here's another fucking Remington. Oh, what's that? They actually made carbon fiber handguards. Oh yeah, Remington Defense did. They absolutely did. And that's a story for another time. But yeah, a Remington CSR in its original deployment configuration, that's what that is. But yeah. With an X. Fuck. People don't get it. People don't get it. They don't understand guns. Even people that are authorities like Military Arms, which he has a huge YouTube channel. He has a huge following here, but he still fucked this up and made this giant mistake. And people didn't really see my reply, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, this dude's a fucking clown. That's all. That's all I'm going to say on it. Anyways. Anyways. Yep. Hey, Hashin, no worries. Oh, you DM'd me? Did you? Uh, okay. All right. Um, let's see. Okay. Where were we again? Don't worry about it. We're right here. I like those, but I think we're going to do the frog again. All right. Shit, I want to do two. I need to. I want to get up. Is the barrel there? You looking at a Henry SPD Pred? I mean, look. If you're wanting to get a lever action rifle, you can absolutely get a lever action. Henry's okay. What I recommend them or Marlin. If you can afford a Marlin, I would say Marlin over Henry, but Henry is definitely not a bad option if that's what you want to do. I wouldn't go with anybody outside of Henry or Marlin. There are a few places that'll do customs for you, and some of those can be okay. It really depends on quite a bit. It really does. So, uh, was the Remington the same gun that? No, it was a Serbu. Yeah, Iron Dog is correct. It was a Serbu. The thing about but that wasn't necessarily the gun's fault. That was from the ammunition that was that he was using being completely uh just horrible. There we go. Yeah. I could go on for quite a while roasting people's fucking shitty ass guns. Donut is also another person. Welcome back. That was quite a tangent. No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I know. And that was a slap round, but it was the problem was the ammunition. It wasn't the rifle itself. The only person that I know that really deserves to be shit on is Donut. And if he ever hears that, that's because he still has chosen to keep that fucking EOTech voodoo on that SR25, and the day that he decides to actually make it a Night Force NX8 like a fucking real man, or a Leupold Mark V HD, then he will no longer be in that category. But he can afford a fucking Night Force NX8. Fucking clown. But he probably knows someone over at Night Force that would just give it to him.
They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change.
Okay, so I need to look at... But Howard just wants to change. Of a hand squeezing a rock and the rock bleeding pennies. Was donor to cop for a while? Yes. The other thing too is that if someone's in the military, someone's a cop, don't believe that they know what the fuck they're talking about either. I promise you they don't. If they do, that's very rare. The amount of people that over at Fort Sill that would come in and they would buy fucking Condor MOPC plate carriers, which are airsoft grade at best, and I would know because I used one for a while, and that thing got shredded to pieces just airsofting compared to either Cry CPC that I had or Strandhog, First Spear Strandhog that actually lasts. They go and buy that shit, and then they use that thinking it's going to actually hold up to shit, but it doesn't. So yeah, just because someone's a cop or is in the military, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about most of the time when it comes to guns. Who would I say is definitely knowledgeable and reliable about gun opinions? I don't know, to be perfectly honest, right? Because here's the challenge with that. Squeezer rock, and bills, here's the thing: a lot of people aren't shooters, and they don't use guns, and that sounds counterintuitive to what you see a lot of people on YouTube doing things. So you look at someone like Brandon, right? He's out there shooting stuff and trying to show the power of something, right? But what he's not doing is he's not then taking that and going and shooting pigs in a field and seeing just how effective something is at putting something down, right? Mostly because you can't monetize that, you can't show that. But when you look at things from a shooter's perspective, it's something is very, very different. It's very, very different, right? And here's Brandon knows his AKs as far as constructions goes, right? And he probably knows AK rounds and how effective they can be. But I know that a fucking if you use a standard off the shelf, 7.62 by 39, your standard AK-47 round, you can put a hog down, with one shot center mass, pretty easy, all day long. Don't need anything special for it. Banana ballistics. I mean, there's people that are out there that do that, right? But here's the thing. And I'm going to use this as an example one more time before we stop doing that. There's people out there that are going to say, why do I have an acro on here? Why do I have something that people usually use on pistols or on top of scopes as backup sights? Why am I using that as the primary sight? Well, I've used it. It's small. It's dependable. It's held up in quite a bit. It's been thrown around. It's lasted much more than everything else. I mean, shit, dude. I even have this this MRO, right? MRO, this thing's been thrown around. I've ran it against fucking walls and shit. They work, and I actually break what I own. I don't just use things for a video and then throw it away. I fucking use it, right? So when I look at ammo, I look at a gun setup, I look for something that's going to actually function and actually work and what's going to actually get me results. For example, people will hate on these Q cans, right? This is a Q Trash Panda. People hate on these cans all the time. I can tell you from personal experience, these are the quietest 300 blackout cans that are on the market. Now, they're not bad at 556, but 300 blackout, you can't get better cans unless there's a new 3D printed offering that's out there. But people aren't going to talk about that. People aren't going to focus on that. They might talk about they'll talk about triggers, or talk about accessories and all of that. But they're not going to talk about reasons for shit. Like it's I don't know, man. It's not about, well, it's not even subjective. It's not subjective at all, because I can tell you the right way, the actual right way. And there are subjective things out there about how you should use, or how you should set things up, right? Like if you use an actual vertical grip or a hand stop or whatever, like there's things like that. But what I'm talking about, where you set your laser or you set your light, like those are fundamental truths. Or telling people you don't need more than a Surefire XC1 as a laser light unit, like that's, or is a laser, because that's all that you need, because you're never going to use anything at a crazy distance. And fun fact, all the people that are actually out there doing work, some of them for their long range rifles, they'll use end gulls, because end gulls are actually reliable. But when it comes to close in shit, they'll use the XC1s, because they're low power. They don't bloom out super a lot, and you can, you're not going to lose sight of your target, because it's not crazy high power, but it's powerful enough that you can, keep on what you need to look at. But people aren't going to talk about that. People aren't going to talk about real world applications for things and how something works and trying to fuck something up, right? And if you do that, like if I made a channel and I talk about, yeah, this setup is perfect for, deleting every squirrel in the universe, people are going to think that I'm insane, and I'm going to get demonetized in the first, as soon as I put that video out. But even if people saw that, they would think that I was insane, even though I'm trying to tell the truth about how effective something is. Do I know Colin Noir? Yeah, he's a fucking clown. Colin is a clown. He is a if there is a male gun bunny, that would be fucking Colin Noir. Um, the merch makes you cringe. Yeah, the merch is fucking terrible. You don't want, no, I don't want any of that shit. It's fucking every single one that's really out there. There's not many people that I've seen that make it big, that actually, are ever worth really listening to their opinions. Now, if you want to talk about historical stuff, or cool stuff in general, I mean, sure, Brandon's great. Forgotten Weapons is great. There's a lot of Kentucky Ballistics is great, just for showing the power of things. Like they're great at what they do in their niche. But as far as an actual fighting setup, every single one of them, for the most part, is extraordinarily cringe. And I can't stand any of them, because they're all wannabe war fighters. Or like, yeah, I was in, I was in army for a little bit, and it turns out they were some fucking pogue. Like, who cares? The only two people that I know of, actually, now that I think about it, that aren't terrible with their opinions and actually provide things that the average American can actually use, because they usually review things that are cheap and affordable, would be Hop and Brass Facts. Those are the only two that I know of that I would say, yeah, they actually are kind of worth listening to, because they say exactly what they mean. And they also use things that anybody can go out and obtain, instead of talking about, fully automatic shit and all this other stuff. Those are the only people I would really say. Um, he does, yeah, he says a bunch of shit. It's fucking wild. All right, we are gonna get this done. All right. That's not what I want. I want the visual. I want like, hey, you can't get blood from a stone. I want it to be squeezing it for pennies. Yeah. We'll go with that one.
Power just wants to change.
Hold on.
So it's all power. Power. Power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey.
Okay, hold on.
Power just wants to change. So it's always been. Power just wants to change. So it's so.
Okay. So we have this. Hey Adam, have a good one, dude. Yeah, I'll be we're gonna be live tomorrow too, so don't worry about it. There's gonna be plenty of I am going to be streaming every day until this gets done. Every single day, 30 p.m. Central. So, and we are still gonna go. Still gonna keep going. Let's see. Which AI generators that you used in the past are total garbage? What do you mean? Why not two hand squeezing? I want this visual. I want the visual of it. If it's two hands, it's gonna be too cluttered. But what do you mean AI generators I've used in the past that are total garbage? Like everything is garbage except for Flow, OpenArt, Suno, and Higgsfield. Ones that don't generate videos right. Oh. Oh, yeah. Everything sucks. There's let's see. The only good video models that exist. Higgsfield is great because you can get cinematic level videos. You can use, and then Veo 3.1 is fantastic, and then Kling 2.6 can be good in some aspects if you need things that are faster paced, and also for lip sync. Outside of that, everything is shit. Everything is fucking garbage, and nothing can really compete with what these models can offer. Higgsfield is the cream of the crop. Like, there is nothing better than Higgsfield as far as visuals go. The problem with Higgsfield is it doesn't do audio well, and it doesn't do lip sync well. So if you're doing cinematic visuals like we're doing now, where it's much more abstract, that's fine, and that's easy to do here. The problem is that if I want audio, I want, anything like that, then I have to use Veo, or sometimes I can use Kling. But there's really nothing else that even comes close. Like Soar is trash. I haven't tried the Pix Labs in a while. I don't know if they have a newer model that's decent, but nothing else has even come close. Like I've done like back-to-back comparisons on like one scene and regenerating it a bunch of times with a bunch of different models. Most of them, for especially what I do, and it doesn't allow it to happen because of safety and content guidelines. So, it is what it is in that regard. But like here's something I'll put to you. I know what I make. I know that I make shit slop. I know that I do some wild shit with my videos. But what I do is, because I make such wild shit, I push every single model to its limit, to where I know what I can make and what I can't make. And I can tell you for a fact that if I was told tomorrow, or like, let's say you have a company and you want to pay me 10 grand right now to make an ad for your company, I could do that in about 3 hours. And I know that I would use Higgsfield and Veo. Those are the two that I would use, depending on what you're wanting out of it. Maybe Sunflower for the voiceovers that are in the background. But generally speaking, I wouldn't use anything else, because people, they can't. It's not even the fact that the writing makes it. That's not even the point. The point is that it doesn't even generate properly, or it doesn't understand the context of what I'm wanting to have happen, or it doesn't have the library and training in order to create what I want to see. And that's a really big problem that you have. Here, I one little clip it is related to this. Like, here's an example.
One target just outside a cave exit.
Okay, so this right here, this scene where they're on this hilltop. So this is with Veo. I used Higgsfield to generate the model, or the image in the background, and then I wrote what I wanted to have happen. But here in the beginning, with the audio and the way that everything is, where the AK is a little kind of fucked, but I'm just now noticing that. This is the actual Higgsfield generator. So this is two different models in one.
One target just outside a cave exit.
So it may not be like super, super obvious, but from what I can see as far as the video generation goes, Veo has a very clear look, and Higgsfield has a very clear look in style in which it progresses, and it does the camera work and everything. It's very, very different. How does that work to combine different models together? Well, the way that it works is you use the different services. So like, I use Flow for some of these, I use Higgsfield for others, and then I take all the clips and I put it together in DaVinci, and I make it work the way that I can. Now, I can't afford it. I don't have $200, but if I did, then I would buy the DaVinci Pro, and I would use RTX Enhance in order to upscale everything to make sure it all looks really good, right? But I can make some wild fucking shit happen within this. Like, let me find the because this is actually something that's really crazy. So, like, okay, here's an example. This image was generated with Higgsfield, right? It always makes 21:9 using their cinema thing, but there's quality and detail in what you create. Like, so you have that, right? So that's the image. And then let me get the attack. I think this was the attack. Right? So that more cinematic, that shaky cam, you're not going to get that with Veo. You're not going to get kinetic combat like that. You're not going to get anything like that with Veo. So you need to use different models in order to get different results. And it just depends on what your scene really requires. That's kind of what it really comes down to. You know, you want something cinematic. You want let's see, is this the original? Yeah. No, that's not the original. Nope, that's not it. So all this was, it was 2 clips. I cut it and then spliced the other one in, and then I put this back in. I put the remainder of the clip in. But still, like where you see the camera focusing, you see all of this. These are things that Higgsfield is trained on specifically. And this is how you can tell whether a model is going to give you a more cinematic feel and a cinematic vibe, because Higgsfield is trained specifically to have that very, very specific vibe and feel in the way that it generates, where, you know, you have the camera, you know, out of focus, focuses back in, you know, you can tell what's happening. The sound, the Foley, it's not there. It sucks. The lip sync is fucking terrible. It's terrible. And so you take what you can get. And when it comes to that, that's where you have to then go in and make your own fucking audio for it. It is what it is. But how I need to sell some RAM. That's what I need to do. I do have 64 gigs of DDR5 I need to sell. Need to make some money. Go to drop. Hey man, have a good one, dude. All right. So we have blood or money from a stone. Give me 1 second. Uh, okay. Let's see here. That makes sense. You've always been fascinated by this stuff because your personal abilities peak at about MS Paint level of computer artistry. Yeah, you know, you don't have to be a fucking, you know, crazy artist in order to make shit, right? You just need to have, you know, an imagination in order to make stuff with AI. That's it. Uh Give me a second. This dude needs to be taught a fucking lesson. One second. Da, 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 da. Where in the fuck? Where is it? I need to find. I had sent it to somebody and I don't know where it went. Sorry, I'm trying to um okay. All right. Sorry about that. A vision, as Hollywood types say. You're a wizard when it comes to drawing stick figures. A really bad wizard at that. Well, it doesn't matter. Seems like knowing what you want to be shown and being able to write it up seems more beneficial with this stuff. It can be. It absolutely can be. Okay. So we have blood from a stone. We need. So it's always been about the money. I think we're gonna have. Okay. In James. Okay. In the intros for James Bond, do they have the name of the film in there, like in the intro, like GoldenEye or Skyfall, things like that? Does it like ever have like a marquee for the logo? I can't remember off the top of my fucking head. Otherwise, I'd just do it. Or you know what? I'm gonna do it anyways. Fractions of dollar. Gold. Bitcoins. With an elaborate title of it's always been about the money. Um yeah. Some yes, others no. Okay. You should just have a woman silhouette or whatever. On older Bond movies? Okay. Yeah, it's been a while. They don't in Goldfinger. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I need always been about the money. Keep it there for now. Oh, I know what I was gonna look up. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to get. I need $35. I like it. An elaborate title. The center. That reads. Can we get a Bond like barrel moment, but it's just Techie and Brock in a love boat tunnel or something? Ooh, that's not a bad idea. We'll see where we get further into the song. All right. I need... Okay, so now we need him. And we need... Oh, the camera. I don't know how I feel about that title. I want it to be different. A thriller / war movie font. Covering the whole screen. There we go. Yeah, we'll do the John Baldtone Tectone. It's all about the money. Yeah, we can do that. We'll get there. So this is what, like, I know it's not much, but
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So
ooh. Actually, I could take this. And then I can... I think we're going to do this one. We'll just do that. That's easier. For now. Animate. We'll do that. I kind of like this. And then... Um, ghostly Jew and a forest of money. With a blue hand holding a 1911 with a background of um of mm-hmm. Let's do that. Conjured by the yeah. Don't show Techie's face until the drop in the music. Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Ooh, I like how golden everything gets there. That right there is pretty fucking sick. Okay. I'm gonna redo it though because it's not quite right because the gunfire is coming from the flashlight on the side. It's not coming from the barrel. We're gonna try it again. Okay, so we go to Tectone 2.
It's always been about the money. Wants to change, so it's always been about the money. You better wake up to. So it's always been about the money. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up. You better wake up to it, honey. If you want If you wanna sleep, if you wanna sleep.
Okay. Can I mock him? Yeah, I can do all sorts of shit. Nuck should have a golden gun. He'll get a golden gun in this. I'm not there yet. Wondering if horror movies are being made using Higgsburg. You probably can. You can probably do quite a bit. Side plot: the FTX was able to fund its production due to importing money from daycare fraud. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good one. We can do that. Or Pegasus is excluded from everything. Yeah, I know. But all right, let's do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. These AI short films about Pokemon and natural habitats, wondering what AI they use. Those are stunning. Those are probably using Higgs field to a certain degree, because this understands the most context about things without giving it any explicit, crazy direction. But you can definitely do it with Higgs field. You can probably also do it with Kling, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. You can go more nuts than that. Yeah. We'll see if we can do that. All right. So I need. Oh, right, our image. That is what I want right there. Generate 4 of those. Yeah, no, I have another generation of him firing a single shot, and then the shell, when it ejects, it's gonna turn into a golden coin. A Bond intro? Yeah, we're doing a Bond intro because it's the first Tectone episode was James Bond. What the fuck? Do we care about the hammer? No. Honestly, with AI, you have to pick your fucking battles, right? And that's not one that I really want to fight because I know I'm not going to win. And if I do win, it's going to be very expensive to the point of where I can't even do it in the first place. Shouldn't you have a Jericho because he's a Jew? I mean, yeah, but I already generated him as having some 1911s before, and he can get an upgrade in this episode. but he's not starting this episode with an upgrade. But yeah. What? Okay, so we're gonna download the image. Again, some things Higgs field can do, other things it can't do. Yeah, every single one of them was shit. Like the fight that I had to do to get the guy to even fucking like shoot down at Tyranids that were swarming up a tank was really difficult. "2026 seems calm so far." The fuck do you mean 2026 seems calm so far? We extracted the fucking president of Venezuela. It's been 4 days and we were like done some serious shit. But yeah, I need to fuck. Do-do-do-do-do. Uh Shit. Oop, don't want to knock that too fucking far. I need to get a better mic stand at some point too, because this thing is it's amazing that it lasts as long as it has. Like, here, I'll just show you guys real quick. Brief little tangent. So there's this stand right here, and it comes up, and then this is just sitting inside of the holder that used to be there, and then this is just a cheap fucking boom arm that comes up and around, and that's all I got. And the reason that I have to do that is because this deck is thick on the sides, and there's no like anything that like sticks out far enough to do one of the attachment things. So I need to get one that actually screws into the fucking desk. Ooh. Let's see. It's not there. Okay. And then let's see if we can get Tectone. Do-do-do-do-do. Sweet. There we go. Cloud bangs and take over it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Awesome. 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 And thank you. And the, you know who you are. Thank you very much. I will make sure it goes to use. All right. Na, 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 na. It's so fucking. Figures. Burst. Pounds burst. Maintain. All right, here we go. Here we go. They only captured the president mostly for oil. They did not capture the president mostly for oil. People can think that. It is. If it was about oil, let me just tell you right now. And okay. Let me put it this way. There is an absolutely extraordinary amount of oil in the United States. The reason that we don't go for it is probably for reserves. But if people really wanted oil, you know what they would do? They would get rid of restrictions and allow people to drill and get oil here. That's what they would do. The fact that everything has to always be imported so that people can have feel good points is absolutely ridiculous. And going after Venezuela just for their oil, that seems dumb. I don't think it's. I highly doubt that's a thing. This one's good.
If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know.
I'm gonna need to put it somewhere.
If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Lobsters for money.
Okay, so
If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the change, so it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind a curve.
all right, hold on, real quick. Should we make? All right, let's look at the beginning, and I'm curious to your guys' opinion on this, because we're gonna get this done, and we're probably gonna get this done in the next 2 or 3 weeks, right? And I'm just being realistic with how much time we're gonna spend on it and what we want to do and how picky we want to get. Um, so real quick, we're gonna look at why is this one more emotional with the visuals and the music videos being put out today? I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play what we have so far. I'm gonna ask you guys when we get through it what to do with that. So here we go. And again, this is people aren't going to understand the context of it, so just assume that this is like no one knows shit about what this is.
Fucking lobsters for money. Always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it.
And then I would put a black screen here and I would put the date that it's going to come out, right? So we can actually set a hard date of when we're going to release this. I would say we would probably be able to release this on the 23rd or the 30th. One, two, three. I'd say 23rd. Right? And then we just have that being a world preview. Yeah. In the full version, Brando, yeah, but not in this preview. And the reason I say 3 weeks, that also gives me time to work on other things in between. Let's see. We'll go with that.
You better wake up to it, honey.
All right, so let's watch. We'll fuck with the text in a minute, but
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey.
so that's gonna be our little fucking short ass preview. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Give me a second to deliver it, and then we'll keep working. Da-da-da-da-da. Tectone to trailer to render. All right. You want stencil? You think stencil? I mean,
Honey,
yeah, I know DeFont and 1001 fonts. I know both places you can find shit, right? But I don't want to spend forever looking for it. This is this is too military. Like, this is classy. I feel like it's classy, but also sort of militaristic. So I think we're going with that. All right. Was a preview with a release. What does it mean? Does it mean what? How insane will it be? Why? Any questions? No real answer until it releases. All right, give me a second. Upload video. Uh, okay. I just want to make sure that it's available. Please wait. Fuck. All right, there we go. I mean, we have a military theme, but it is militaristic in its own way. Okay. So let's go back. Let's look at the. Oh shit! Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay, and then this we're still going to trim up a little bit. All right.
If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world.
Okay, so here I think we're going to reveal Tectone's face. Okay, that hurt my fucking brain a little bit, but all right. Standing Okay, so I want something that's gonna really that's gonna introduce him to this, but I don't want it to be too epic, right? So let's listen to it real quick, right?
If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings, get their dollars.
Like it's much more action packed and involved, but it's not like heavy action, you know?
Get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up, cause it's always been about the money. Because if you wanna see behind a curve.
Oh. Oh, I know. Is driving a Lada that is Adidas and anime girl themed, like it's a rally car through a dirt road in Vietnam. Start at his shoes. I don't want to do the whole like reveal on him. I want to start doing like sequences that are teasing at what we're gonna see in the episode. Or him sitting in his chair. Yeah, we could do that. See behind the curtain sounds like a night vision shot. Yeah, we could definitely do that. I'd be real curious to see if it understands how to do like white phosphor and shit. Absolutely. Oh, it's so good. Oh, we got video game style. Oh god. That that right there. Cool effect would be take the last frame before the boom. Yeah, yeah, we can do that. That's not a bad idea. Bitcoin squeezing the rock. The rock is subtle and fits the bond thing, but the Bitcoin juice seems to bit on the nose, as it were. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be. Like, am I really someone that doesn't do things like deliberately, like with absolute intention to do like insane shit? Like I can do subtlety if I want to, but I'm choosing not to. Like it's yeah, I know what I can do. I'm choosing not to do subtlety. And I think because I know uh, if I wanted to do it, I could. I'm choosing to go in such the opposite direction that I'm parroting what that is. But here's the thing. Tectone is also somebody that I don't think understands that subtlety all too well. And so I think doing it on the nose, I think is going to be necessary. Come on, let's see what this looks like. Let's see if we can get a fucking badass thing of Tectone doing some wild shit. Know your audience? Yeah. Yeah. Look, it looks really good. I think that might be. Oh, this just starts to change the faces on the side. I think that's fine.
If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna see behind a curve,
Right? So we just have that much, right?
if you wanna see. If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world.
Okay, so if you want to know the real world, um, let's see. A wing inside of a hold on. Man, that's it. I'm like disgusted by it. You want to know the real world? If you think they fight for kings, so that means it's gonna be Chinese soldiers in World War II style uniforms are um more towards a um U.S. Army base in Vietnam in an epic battle scene. The army base are fat guys in frog costumes. Mm, uh, Excellent. He shrugs, takes off his helmet, and puts the wig on. Okay. Let's see. Rabbis are standing and laughing. Hold on. Hold on. Does Tech still watch my stuff? Uh, he's watched a few things. Rabbis are standing and counting large stacks of money with uh, oh, oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Uh, uh, You can't be doing that. That's a no-no. I know. I know. I know. It's Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the Jewish plot right there. That right there, that is a Jew plot. Look at that. Yeah. Tectone's seen a few things that I've done. I don't think he's watched much of it. Maybe he's saving it for when he returns for content. No.
If you wanna know the real world, if you wanna know the real world, if
It with hair, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's he's not here's the thing. We haven't introduced the side effects of the 22% wig, right? And because we haven't introduced the side effects, it's fine. But once we do introduce the side effects, that's when it's going to be a problem. The side effects are loss of accuracy. Well, so the side effects are going to be in clause and laws, which is still going to happen. It's just not what I thought I was going to do it because it's been so long trying to get Donut to do things. But at the same time, like, you know, he had live shows, he had a bunch of shit going on, so it's not like I can really and also pretty small. So, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. We'll get it out of him. If we do, great. If we don't, then fuck it. But we're still gonna do it after the Menace Crew episode 3. Last time he wore the wig, he spawned a whole bunch of lobster babies with Brock Lobster. Yep, he did. He did. I need this to finish. And then we can put both of these in, and then we can figure out where to go from there. Here, this is the thing too that a lot of people don't understand about AI shit. That AI content, like maybe you can reduce what I do to writing sentences, but coming up with the concept is not easy. And at the end of the day, uh, at the end of the day, the thing that's also really rough about it is um how long it takes to get things done, even if we stay on task. Am I gonna have the secondary objective of Tectone in Vietnam? Um, not a bad idea. Just gonna ask, do I have a fully fleshed out storyboard skeleton written out before you start these? I know where I want to start. I know where I want to end. and I know where I want it to lead next. So like I kind of have an idea, and then as I go, I develop, right? So if you want to see a good example, if you go back and you watch the development of ketamine dreaming, you will see that I had a concept of what we were going to do, and that concept changed and evolved dramatically throughout the process of making that shit, right? So that was not something that was simple or easy to do. That was a lot. Um, but with AI, you're allowed to, not be rigid in what you want as long as you have points that you want to go for and then develop it as you go through it, right? Like I know that this is Tectone's redemption episode because he fucked up and he didn't actually get FTX. He broke the monitor thinking that he resolved the conflict, but in reality he was supposed to get the fucking box and he didn't actually stop FTX, so he has to actually stop them now. So that's what I want to get there. You thought for a second the game on screen was infinity. What? Oh. You have to have a certain level of creativity to even come up with prompts that'll give good output. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But the thing is that you remember with ketamine dreaming about exploding pyramids and exploding pyramids, that's still going to happen in the second episode. I had mentioned at the end of ketamine dreaming, when we were doing the development, that we were going to save Egypt for later because that was a whole thing that was we were talking about in during the development, and we just never got there. And it sucks that we didn't, but on in the moment it sucks, but now looking back, it's actually a blessing because that's a whole new episode that I get to create. And so when you're doing these, you're creating lore, you're creating all of this shit as you go, and it actually turns out to be a good thing. Right? So it's I would say if you have an idea of the story you want to tell, have the story, write out what you're wanting in the idea. Like I already have the concept for the opening sequence. As soon as we get to that, we're probably going to do this tomorrow. So like I have the intro of what I want. I wrote it down. And then tomorrow we're probably going to sit down and we're going to write what we want to see, happen in the episode, and we're gonna actually start to make shit happen. But for the most part, I have an idea in my mind of where I want to go, and it just changes over time. There's really like you can't just have a I am only gonna do it this way. Okay, why are they not shooting at the soldiers? All right, we need a new image then. Let's go back to IMAX. The puppet battle evolved a lot. Yeah. For example, figuring out, okay, how are they going to have a conflict with the Nazis, and that evolved to an absolutely insane degree. And as some people that were around during that development, the a lot of people would say you could go for, you know, 3 hours and not a lot has really changed, or you could be gone for 10 minutes and be completely and totally lost as to what's happening. So, um, it just, it, yeah. But you need to have that base concept, because if you don't have that base concept, then it's, it's going to be impossible to really make something, because you're not going to have a direction. You get that experience 30 times during that development. Yeah. Oh, can I please can this if this one works? Plus Veo updates came out and changed a lot. Yeah, they really did. They really, really did. And that's also the nature of the game is you could be sitting here and like there's not a lot of people that can really do what I do. And I'm not saying that people aren't creative, right? But what I mean is there's people that don't adapt to change very well. And the reality of working with AI is shit is going to change a lot. Right. When we were doing the Tectone episode into Nux, like there's a lot that changed pretty dramatically. And you have to roll with the punches. You have to figure out how to prompt or to re-prompt. You have to figure out, how to get the results that you want. We had an update in the image generation and we were able to do first frame generation with Veo 3. That was huge. Ketamine Dreamin' also expanded dramatically in scope because we got free generations with Veo 3, which was immense and extremely helpful. So like there's a lot that we've been able to do because of all of the updates, but you need to be able to roll with the punches and roll with the new updates as they come. Even like Nano Banana Pro, okay, you need to know how to roll into that. Is that what you need, or are you going to use Seedream 2.5, GPT Image 2? Like, what are you going to use in order to get what you need? And it's a constant challenge to where you have to constantly be in the mindset of learning. Even the music that we created didn't start out at, Suno 4 or Suno 5. We started with 4.5 and then we got into Suno 5 and like it's a lot. Uh and yeah, Ketamine Dreamin' went from 15 minutes to 20 and then it got to, double that. Um just because things keep evolving and keep changing because of, how AI advances every single day. Every single week we see a change log with Veo, and it's pretty fucking crazy. So, meanwhile, some of these companies are still trying to use Windows XP. Yeah, and being agile with development is so important because if you can't be agile with any sort of, and I'm not talking agile from the corporate fucking term, fuck that shit, agile development, all that fucking terrible. What I mean by agile, I mean you need to be able to, okay, there's a new update today. You need to now figure out how to implement that new change. You need to be beyond flexible with how you're going to do something. Maybe tomorrow, right? Let's say maybe tomorrow you're using Sora 2. And let's just say, for example, that OpenAI gets sued into oblivion and shuts it down. Are you able to then take what you learned and implement everything of what you've created into another model? Are you capable of doing that? And that's what a lot of people really struggle with is they're not able to understand that you need to be able to um, use your knowledge and apply it in as many different places as you can and taking advantage of, let's say, you're broke as shit like I am, right? I can barely afford food, let alone anything else. And I need to figure out, okay, how do I maximize the credits that I have? How do I maximize the places that I can go to generate things? What can I do in order to get something done? And you have to be extremely resourceful whenever you do anything with AI. Now, I don't know how to market that and use that in other, for as a professional skill, but certainly making, shit post slop, I absolutely know how to apply that, and if somebody said to make some, professional level content with AI, I could absolutely deliver that. But, that's the thing is you have to really know how to do it, how to do all of that. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see. I don't know why it's lagging like this. What do I mean? Yes, I do. I gotta refresh the page. The Chinese soldiers. Yes, are dead when shot. Scene is gritty and full of blood, death, like a saving private Ryan Spain. Absolute battlefield chaos. The frogs are fine, and we just keep shooting at the advancing Chinese. Okay, let's see if we can do that. And we say it reminds of the Ryan Reynolds interview where he talked about going on strict budget forces people to think more creative versus having an unlimited budget for projects. Oh, you forgot about chlamydia? Really? Wait, Hoppity, if you haven't seen the Dr. Moist episode, then you need to go back and watch that. Uh, but no, so having a strict budget definitely forces people to be more creative. Um, and I can agree with that sentiment. The thing for me that's rough is not having a budget in the first place or a way to spend money um makes it much more difficult because okay, not having a budget for a movie and trying to figure out how to do things cheap, that's fine as long as you have power and internet and water and all that. But I know I have power and internet. I don't think I have water for much longer because I owe like $500 because I can't pay it. But it's it's like and if that happens, I can probably just go over to my dad's house for anything that I need water for. But my point is, not having a budget does make people more creative until not having a budget gets in the way of being creative in the first place. Because when you don't have a and it is also true with having an unlimited budget. I don't know. I think it also depends there too, because if I have an unlimited budget, right, like if money wasn't a concern at all in any way, shape, or form, then what I have to do, what I would do is I would sit here and I would generate until it was perfect. Instead of saying, you know what, this is good enough. I've spent my money, I've spent enough money or enough credits doing this. Let's just go with that. Instead, I would be chasing whatever dragon it might be to get the perfect generation. And maybe I would get something that's better. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't really know, but I know it would take a lot longer to get a project out. And um I know that would also play in heavily to my perfectionist mindset that has gotten in the way of a lot of projects in the past, but it is what it is. But I think there's also a difference in unlimited budget for a Hollywood type versus somebody like myself, just because if I had an unlimited budget, then I would be like, okay, let's scope out and let's make a full on hour and a half movie, right? But being realistic, it's not something you can really afford to do. So I'm now aiming for 20 to 30-minute episodes at the most for longer shit. You know, chasing the purple AI dragon. Well, yeah, it's because you are chasing the dragon. You're chasing that perfect thing that you're likely never going to get. And you have to either scrap that concept or keep going until it eventually gets there. And it will eventually do what you want it to do, right? Like at some point, like for example, you will get a prompt through that says nuclear engineer with a hard R, right? You absolutely 100% will get there. The question is, how long do you want to sit there to try and get that generation? And that's what I mean is how long are you going to sit there to get the perfect generation of like the rocks hitting like the tires on a car, kicking up rocks in the exact right pattern that just happens to splash off of something in a certain way that gives you a kinetic feel of a scene perfectly. Like how long are you going to keep going at a generation until you're going to get exactly what you have in your mind's eye? Sometimes you get it, but most of the time you don't, and you're never going to get that exact perfect thing. You're going to get something that satisfies your mind and your curiosity, but you're never going to get exactly what you want. And so chasing that dragon is just saying you're never going to get there. You also see that some machines have a different way of responding to prompts. Yeah, absolutely. You can only find gold by digging through dirt and rocks. Yeah. Yeah. I'm keeping that one. It doesn't need to be perfect. The frog in the corner made me laugh. That's good enough.
If you think they fight for kings, look closer at the string. If you think they fight for kings, look closer at the. If you think they fight for kings. If you think they fight for kings, look closer at the string. For kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar. At the strings, get.
Why is there only one guy looking at the camera? Yeah, I know. Do I have any mind looking at a university and learning AI prompting? I have no desire to learn what other people or how other people prompt. And like it's that's not me talking shit, and let me explain what I mean by that. Prompting is all about you using your natural language as much as possible to describe what you want to see. Now, if you start taking what other people have to say, like there's certain things that you can tell people, like, you be more descriptive with what you want and, explain things in more detail, how to use, asterisks and stuff in order to try and guide things a little better. But at the end of the day, if you're saying how somebody else gets something, it's not going to translate to you learning how an AI works. And it's incredibly important that you learn how the AI works and how it's able to take your prompt and your words and output exactly what you're wanting to have done, because that's useful across any of the AI platforms. Now, if you're learning how somebody else prompts, like you can see how I prompt, right? But if you try and copy my exact style, maybe it'll work in other platforms, maybe it won't. And people that are teaching at university and they're teaching how to prompt in that way, they're teaching something that is more than likely extremely outdated, and they're teaching something that is very going to be very hyper specific instead of platform agnostic. You don't want anything that's going to be very hyper specific with AI, because I've shown that I don't stick to just one place. I go all over the place. I use a whole bunch of different AIs in order to get things done. Right now I'm using four: Suno, Higgsfield, Flow, OpenArt, right? I'm using four different AI services in order to get this done. And that, also Gemini and Grok at the same time, right? Anyone that's teaching it is teaching a singular thing. They're not teaching you how to think for yourself. They're not teaching you creative thinking. They're not teaching you how to create things. And it's it's so it's so difficult to really unlock somebody's mind from thinking in such a literal way, or from trying to just look at what others do and trying to think for themselves, or how to unlock someone's creative thinking or critical thinking. And, being real, not everybody can do that, right? It's kind of a shame, but there's some people that literally aren't built that way. Just like there's some people that will learn by you telling them exactly what to do, and others will only learn if they watch how somebody learns, right? Everybody is different. But if you do, go and take a course on how to prompt, it's going to be woefully insufficient for what, the ultimate goal of what you want, which is to be creative with this. So, like book smarts versus street smarts, yeah, to a degree, but at the same time, you can't. You don't want to learn the corporate way of prompting, because it's never going to last, and whatever you learn in school is that way. They're teaching you, the way to think. It gets bad whenever that happens, not just from a creative standpoint, but philosophical, more specifically psychological standpoint. Yeah, because and then you're always looking to them in order to, okay, so how do I do things now, instead of trying to think for yourself. If you do things the way I do, which is using natural language to describe what you want, and then playing with altering your prompts and figuring out how shit works, I promise you, you will be vastly more successful when you work with AI versus those that only learn how to prompt in other ways. Now, there's some things that are useful, right? For example, rules. When you're doing global rules for coding and stuff, I mean, coding kind of has its own thing, right? But if we're talking about any sort of generative AI, when we're video, um, music, anything like that, you really want to be the original thing. No, 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 it's fine. And I know what you mean, in trying to help. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to take things, to be a negative, but it's what I'm all I'm saying is, if you think for yourself and you are able to figure things out on your, I mean, people still need help in order to figure out how to even get started, right? Some people, they don't know how to use a video editor. They don't know how to type things in. They don't know what's going to be, accepted. And there is still quite a bit to teach. But when you go somewhere and people are telling you how to prompt, That's not going to be very useful. And here's the other side of things. Just last little point. AI is getting less and less tag based and much more natural language based. So if like we're getting past the point of having to say, 4K, ultra realistic, masterpiece, what, like all these additional quality tags to things that we used to have to do last year. We don't have to do that anymore. We really don't. When instead we can use natural language in order to get the exact result that we want much easier, and it's only going to get better from here. So I would suggest the much better approach for other people, if anyone else would like to take this advice. I would instead recommend taking supplementary English classes or joining a reading club, and not just like reading fucking anime and shit. Read some books that are written by, not, and I'm not even talking about, the classics. I'm talking about books that are going to evoke an image in your mind, that they can describe things in a detailed enough way that you can actually imagine in your mind what's going on in the book without having to look at a picture. A good example of that, at least for me personally, would be like Warhammer books. Warhammer 40K books are visceral enough and descriptive enough that I can reasonably understand and picture what's going on as I'm reading the words. And if you're able to do that, and the more you digest it, your brain is going to start to recognize much more, or a lot of the patterns of how things are described. And that's going to actually shape your vocabulary and how you describe things and how you actually write. And you may not, you're not going to consciously understand that that's what you're doing. But it's a really, really big thing, that will help you in doing anything with AI. It's probably the most important thing, to be perfectly honest, because if you're reading somebody else's words as to how to be on and see how they're able to describe things, then you will be able to absorb that subconsciously much more. If you focus on it, maybe you'll get a little bit more out of it, but your mind will still remember how something was described, and that matters a lot. That's also why, some people that do like the cooking shows are so wordy with the different vocabulary terms that they use, in order to describe how good something might be. Same sort of thing. Read some Louis C.K. Yeah, Louis. Yeah, there's a lot of artists. There's a lot of authors that do some quality shit, but don't take that as having to read fucking like Greek poetry and shit. No, fuck that. Right? You're not gonna get shit out of that. Read something that's in an area that's of interest to you, and see if there's something that can evoke an image in your mind. If that can happen as you read a book, then you're good. But if it doesn't happen when you're reading, forget it. But that's probably the most important thing that I would ever recommend to anyone doing AI. All right. So now we're at the point where it's I'm going to generate 2 more, and we'll see what we can do. Yeah, Donkey. No, I know there's not a whole lot of people, but it's fine. I appreciate every single one of you guys being here. You guys are all amazing. All right. Yeah, no, I knew that video was going to do terrible, but it doesn't matter. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. All right. Cool. Cool. We're gonna see what results from this, and then after that, I think we're gonna call it because it is 2:45 in the morning. So that is a pretty good 6 hours of work, and then we got another 6 hours ahead of us tomorrow. So that'll be a time. Creative writing classes are always fun. Yeah, creative writing classes are also a really good thing, and you people can knock it all they want. But even if you're an adult, even if you've already graduated college or whatever, wherever you may be in life, here's a recommendation that also is fantastic. Look at your local community college. They're really cheap. They're extremely cheap. Take a creative writing class, join a reading club, whatever you can do, and don't take it for the credits. Don't give a shit. Tell them you don't want it for the credits. You're just trying to learn a skill, and just do that. They're so cheap. They're so affordable. They're like $10 a credit, something like that, $20 a credit. And I promise, and constantly ask for feedback on what you write. And I guarantee you will greatly improve. All right, what do we got? No action. Nothing. Never forget a good thesaurus. That too. Like one thing that's really frustrating for me is trying to get AI to understand what I want it to do. And as you guys saw like earlier, if I say frog suits versus frog costumes, it gives it can vary wildly in what I'm getting. If I say costumes, this is typically what I'm going to get. But if I say frog suits, sometimes it thinks, you know, Navy SEAL frogs, maybe it thinks something else. And it's all over the place. It is all over the place. In college, you made your regular English class or creative writing class by manipulating the boundaries set by the teacher for a comedic effect. It was really fun. Yeah, absolutely. And creative writing is good, but also watching so much TVs and movies, you sucked up information like a sponge. Yeah, and man, I'll tell you the ones that really stick with you are the ones that are the most grounded. Sometimes, like it really depends. For me, like when I'm writing and I'm creating this stuff, there's quite a few sources that I'm pulling, how I write from. So there's In the Thick of It, there's a little bit of Star Trek, a little bit of Babylon 5, a little bit of The Wire, The Sopranos, a little bit of The Office. There's just a whole bunch of different sources that I'm trying to pull knowledge from in order to come up with something. Eastbound and Down, just Squidbillies, Trailer Park Boys. I'm just taking all of these things and melding them together in order to create some concoction that only I can create because I'm the one that interprets all of these shows in my own way, and everyone does it their own way, right? Everybody is entirely unique in their perspective. So, um, how I look at things is going to be very different from how other people do. All right, one last time, we're going to play through the visuals and we're going to play through the song all the way to the end.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind a curve, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you hope when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's always been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold. For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
Sobe, I like it. Yeah, we can do that, Sobe. All right. So, two more songs to listen to. So we have the this one's for his truck, for his car.
Fucking lobsters for money, rolling through Vietnam in my Lada. She said that I couldn't have both, so I had to break her heart. My lover, she thinks I'm taking her for granted. She thinks I'm unappreciative, she don't understand. This is the best damn lot I've ever had, baby. When you go to sleep at night and I don't answer your calls, I'm with the Lada. I know that you feel that I'm using you, and I know that you think it's unfair, but it's not my fault. The Lada was there before you were, the Lada was there before you were, the Lada was there.
Amazing.
Before you were, the Lada was there. Before you were, before you were.
I'm gonna fine tune it more, but that's kind of the idea. Yeah. And then this is the outro song. So this is actually the first one we generated. I was thinking of having this be the intro song because it was very much the, Doors inspired. But I think this is going to be the outro. This is also what the original song was based off of.
Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants the change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curve, If you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you hope when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's always been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold. For the ones who pull the thing, you just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up. Cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
Yeah, so that's going to be the outro song. So, anyone that's on Patreon, anyone that is a significant supporter, they're all going to get thrown in there in that credit sequence. So that's going to be there. Yeah, it has been quite a night. We are going to be continuing every night until we get this finished. We're going to be going hard, trying to make all of this happen. We'll see, hopefully we can get it done before we run out of credits. So that is the hope and the goal. And that is going to be it for the stream. If you guys would like to support, you guys can certainly check out themenacecrew.com if you want to buy some merch. If you would like to support, you can, obviously there's Super Chats, but there's also Patreon, there's the PayPal, there's the tips, however you want to choose to support, if that is something you wish to do. That is never something that you have to do, but it is greatly appreciated if you guys are able to. But the best way to support me, by far, share one of my videos. Brighten somebody's day. Be the source of joy. And with that, you guys have a fantastic rest of your morning, evening, or afternoon. And I will see you guys tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. Central in the Bongwater Zone. Later, guys.